Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone, and thank you, planning commissioners, city staff, for your participation today. My name is John Costin, and I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. And welcome to the April 8th informal session of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. I call this meeting to order. Before I hand this over to this cake, I got one little thing. There will be some changes in the way we conduct business today. There will be some changes in the way we conduct business today. Instead of there being questions or applicants making presentations, right after their presentation, we'll move to their speakers, we'll move to the speakers, then we'll come back to the rebuttal, and after the rebuttal, we will be able to talk to
Okay.
Okay.
Roger that.
Ms. Caitlin?
And I did just want to make one point. Commissioner Anderson is absent today. He's out of town for work. I just have two quick things. So thank you for all of those who responded to the Panic Button app email. For those I have heard from, I did forward that on to get you added to that system. I'm waiting on confirmation when that has gone through. There is a brief training that you'll have to do just that goes into the ins and outs of using that panic button. If there's anyone who did not respond but is interested, just let me know and we can get you set up for that. One other thing, so looking ahead to our May agenda, informal agenda specifically, Kathy will be giving a briefing on the Planning Commission City Council application process in response to the request of trying to get information early and potentially looking at pushing the Planning Commission meeting back a week and kind of what impacts that would have. So that will be on your May agenda. That's all I have.
I ask one admin question. City Council has the comp plan on their docket, I believe, April 21st. So the potential is when we meet again in May, a new comprehensive plan will have been approved. The agenda items that we would encounter in May would have worked through the process under the existing comprehensive plan. Can you discuss for a minute how we might expect to approach things on the May docket given that circumstance?
So in my opinion, and as you mentioned, they'll already be going through the process. Staff review and analysis will have already been completed by that point. So they will have been analyzed against the 2016 comprehensive plan. So I would think if an application maybe doesn't adhere to the 2016 plan, but it would be in conformance with the 2040 plan if it's adopted, I think you could take that into consideration. I would hesitate, and I don't think staff would hold an application if it doesn't conform with the imagined 2040 comprehensive plan. We wouldn't hold the application to that, since at the time of submittal, the 2016 comprehensive plan is what would have been in effect. So that's how we will be evaluating it. But I think in terms of y'all's discussion, if maybe it does conform with the newer plan, but maybe not the old, I think you can factor that in, but I'd hesitate holding it to it since they would have been submitted prior to adoption.
And since we will only get the staff report 5 days before the vote, that our basis for understanding really anything about these in any detail would be based on what's still current, the 2016 plan. So if we were to formulate our opinions based on the current plan, that would not be incorrect, even though in the intervening week, the City Council may have adopted something new. Is that correct? Thank you, sir.
Any other comments? Mr. Plumley?
What is the purpose of changing the procedure for questioning the applicant?
Time.
Just to try to squeeze things in? Got it. Because there was another deferral that I see. We've got 3 of these items deferred. We've got 4 that are short-term rentals. So it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, ready for presentations?
All right, we will start the agenda review and then we will do the briefing following the agenda review.
Good morning. Hannah Sabo, zoning administrator. The first item is to add the use cemeteries, columbariums, crematories, and mausoleums to the industrial district as a conditional use. These uses are currently permitted in both the agricultural districts and most residential districts and the preservation district, all with a conditional use permit. And staff recently received an inquiry about a crematory in an industrial district. We realized that that does seem like a use that would possibly should be permitted in the industrial districts. And so we looked into that, and so this amendment would add that use within the industrial districts, both 1 and 2, both with a conditional use permit, and the section 229 already requires approval from the State Department of Health for all of these uses, and that would continue to apply. So staff does recommend approval of this. As mentioned, it is adding cemeteries, columbariums, crematories, and mausoleums, which are grouped together in all of the use tables, to that industrial district with a conditional use permit. Are there any questions on that one?
Thank you. I understand the 3 uses where bodies ultimately wind up, but a crematory is a place where a process takes place.
Correct.
Did I understand that a crematory could exist in a residential district?
With a conditional use permit, that's currently in the ordinance, right? That's not being proposed to change here.
That strikes me as the type of use that I would not normally expect to find in a residential district. Is that a legacy of something a long time ago, or is that typical across the state?
I'm not sure when that use was updated. I can only, my history in other cities is that they're usually associated with things like cemeteries and mausoleums. Those uses are typically do go together, or they like to be associated with one another. And a lot of the times, historically, they have been also associated with churches, which are in residential districts. But I don't want to speak to what specifically the thinking was when it was added in our ordinance.
And lastly, is there a distinction made in our zoning between these types of facilities for pets or animals?
There is
and
not.
Human remains?
There is not.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Aubrey Chabilcock. I'm a project coordinator with the City of Virginia Beach. Before I jump into our next agenda items, I just want to quickly note that this is going to be my last Plan Commission meeting. And I just want to give a quick thank you to you and our planning administration staff for allowing me to work with you over the past few years on a number of items. And it has been a privilege to work with you all to help make the City of Virginia Beach the best community it can be. And I wish you all continued success in that regard, and thank you.
And just for some backstory, Aubrey was promoted, so he's still
I'm
staying.
not fired.
He's still staying with the planning department. He's just taken a promotion with the Development Services Center. He's now a project coordinator.
I know I dip in and out. That's fine. All right. With that said, agenda item number 2 is a request by Lighthouse Development LLC for subdivision variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations for 6 parcels of land located at 125, 129, 133, and 137 Ash Avenue. The applicant is proposing to re-subdivide or to subdivide these 6 lots to create 5 lots. 5 of these lots were legally created. The 6th was improperly created by deed. The subdivision regulations allow legally non-conforming parcels to re-subdivide to less than the standard if they were legally created. However, since the 6th parcel was improperly created, that necessitates the need for this variance to lot width and lot area for the parcels proposed. And you can see here, lot 32 is a little bit smaller than the rest. The R5D residential zoning district requires a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet and a minimum lot width of 50 feet for single-family dwelling lots. The proposal would create 5 lots with widths of 38 feet and lot areas of 4,560 square feet that represent increases over the existing lots. The application would result in a reduction of the number of nonconforming parcels and improve the building footprint for these lots. The majority of the surrounding neighborhood is similarly nonconforming as it was originally platted in the late 1800s, so the proposal would not be out of character with its surroundings. The application furthermore meets the infill development guidelines of the suburban area of the comprehensive plan. For this reason, staff is recommending approval of this application subject to the conditions within the staff report. Staff has received 1 letter of opposition. A supplemental item was added this morning. Their primary concern is with flooding in this area, and if this proposal will exacerbate that at all, and any plans that we have to address that. With that said, I'll take any questions or concerns.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Help me make sure that I understand this correctly. The resulting 5 lots will not satisfy the square footage or frontage requirements that we would normally expect in this district. But if I understand correctly, had this overall area of 6 lots been divided per that, it would have yielded only 4 lots. But because the applicant by right can create 5, that is why the 5 are being proposed forward, even though they don't comply, because by right they could do it anyway. It's just absorbing the partial 6 lot. Is that generally correct?
That is generally correct, yes. The lots will increase by 3 feet in width and eliminate the 15-foot property that was improperly created. They could already put these single-family houses on those 35-foot lots. In this case, they'll just do those 5 homes on 38-foot lots instead, allowing them a little bit extra room within the setbacks to maneuver. Yes, sir, Mr. Plumley?
So when I drove on the street, it's kind of narrow. Are these homes proposed to all be front-loaded with driveways?
With driveways, I would believe so. I haven't received any sort of site plan indicating that, but I would imagine that they will be.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Based on the elevations, I think that's a
Yes.
safe assumption.
Yes, sir.
About, does the resulting lots conform to applicable requirements in each respect that the existing lots conform? And it says those respects that the existing lots do not conform. What, the adjoining lots, how do they not conform?
The adjoining lots, so the ones that aren't subject to this, they're neighbors. Yes, as you can see to the north here, similarly, these follow the same lines. This is the line to be vacated. Their neighbor has the same lot line. These are all legally created parcels with single-family homes on most of them.
So they don't meet
They don't meet this either. So these will actually end up being some of the larger lots in the area versus most of these lots, which are 35 feet in width as platted originally.
And how about as far as the drainage, the pictures, these pictures that you gave us?
Yes, that was submitted. There's, the gentleman owns a multifamily property at the south end of this block of Ash Avenue. He took those pictures because he's been in the area for a while and has noted that the drainage in that area is poor in his estimation based on those photos. He was worried that additional development might exacerbate that. They can already come in and put in these single-family houses, these 5 single-family houses by right under a site plan. So this application should not in any way impact the flooding any worse than a normal single-family application would. It will still have to meet our standard for providing grading drainage on the plans. They won't have to provide an engineered plan for a single-family application unless they choose to submit a multi-family or a multi-site lot plan, but this will still be addressed during review, the drainage, to make sure it's not making anything worse in the area or for neighbors.
Thank you.
Any other questions? On the rule of consent. And we need somebody to read it.
It's going on consent, but, so there's one, there was one opposition, they're not speaking.
I believe he said he was going to try to speak, but it was uncertain whether he would be able to today.
And we don't have anybody signed up at this point.
Thank you.
So if that changes, we can pull it to the regular.
All right, agenda item number 3 is a request by Delight 7B VA LLC for a subdivision variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations at 1605 Laskin Road. The applicant is proposing to subdivide and vacate a property line between 2 existing parcels to create a buildable lot for a 7 Brew coffee store. The existing parcels were created improperly by deed, and a subdivision plat must be put to record for either of them to be developable lots. The parcels taken together are 21,576 square feet in size. However, the southern parcel, which is 2,331 square feet, is entirely encumbered within a portion of a 100-foot wide Virginia Electric and Power Company VEPCO public utility easement. The zoning ordinance states that any public utility easement wider than 20 feet in width cannot be counted towards your lot area or any other lot dimension requirements. This easement therefore prevents the proposal with only 19,245 square feet of qualifying area from meeting the minimum B2 zoning district lot size of 20,000 square feet. This property is located within the Hilltop strategic growth areas identified by the comprehensive plan, the goal of which is to decrease dependence on the automobile and encourage the development of non-residential mixed use. The present visual from the street, and I'll go back to that, is that of a parking lot with an electric utility station to the south of the subject parcels. The applicant's example of a proposed site plan shows that they intend to follow the Hilltop SGA guidelines for placement of their building and parking by putting the building towards the front and parking to the side and to the rear. Staff has included a condition that future site plans for this site would also conform with the recommendations of the comprehensive plan for the Hilltop SGA. The insufficient lot area in this case would not only prohibit future development on the existing parcels, but preserve a vacant parking lot in a strategic growth area where transformative site design and pedestrian access are being encouraged. The application takes 2 non-conforming parcels and would create a single legal developable parcel that would meet all of the dimensional requirements, if not for the presence of this utility easement to the south. In staff's view, this application serves to improve the streetscape of Laskin Road by allowing development in accordance with the comprehensive plan, and recommends approval of this request subject to the conditions within the staff report. Are there questions on this application? And they also provided some elevations of what the proposed store would look like if that were to proceed. Yes.
Could you go back to the prior slide with the site plan?
Yes, sir.
On the left side, on sort of a diagonal, what I think I see here is parking in part of it, but that is outside the boundary of the parcel we're talking about. So I'm confused here. Are you suggesting that this site plan, how does this work? That we're saying we want a buildable lot, but it doesn't appear to be buildable in a way that contains the proposed parking for the building?
Yes, that would have to be addressed at site plan review. They are working with the adjacent property owner on obtaining an easement. They've been confident that they would be able to obtain that easement. The parking spaces are already there. So that they just need a cross-access easement and shared parking with that neighboring parcel to acquire that. So that would be something that they would need to acquire for their use, and it would be addressed at site plan review.
If that does not come to pass, then the resulting combination of these two parcels is before us today. Does that still constitute a buildable and developable lot in the way that your staff report suggests we should look favorably upon?
It would make it a developable lot. It would still have to follow the conditions provided within the staff report. It would still need to meet the standards set forth for site plan review. So it would still need to meet parking for any development that came through. And I believe our conditions stated that the planning director would have final say on any site plan submitted for these parcels, where it would have their own review to make sure that it's in compliance with the comprehensive plan and the Hilltop SGA recommendations.
I guess where I'm going to simplify it is, this is a very small building that's being suggested.
Yes, sir.
And if they had to squeeze parking onto the lot that they own, could you even build a viable building here?
That is a valid concern.
And I will just point out, so typically when we have an application, we would be conditioning the site plan. What is being conditioned with this application? Aubrey, can you flip to the plat?
Yep.
So this is what's being conditioned with this application. Any development of this site would be under the existing zoning, would go through by right. So this is just creating the parcel. It would still, any development would have to meet the requirements during site plan review in order to have an approved site plan. So this is a little bit different in that we're not conditioning the site plan. They've just provided that as this is what we intend to do.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Yes, sir.
So when I went by there, there is an operating food trailer there,
Oh, really?
and they sell donuts and coffee right in. This is Dawson Taylor's application. It's adjacent to the Taylor Center. I have to imagine they're all working together on this. So I don't think that's going to be an issue with parking. But I hadn't heard much in the way of community outreach or inquiry. Had there been any thing noted to you in the process or any objection to it? I've not heard any objection.
I have not received any feedback on this application from anyone in the city.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Consent?
I have no objection to consent. I can read it.
All right, moving on to agenda item number 4. This is a request by Richard P. and Helene B. Schroeder, to close a 6.5-foot wide portion of the unimproved 15-foot wide alley adjacent to 621 Vanderbilt Avenue. Several similar requests have been reviewed and approved by City Council for closures of portions of the alleys within the Croatan neighborhood. During the viewers' meeting held in February, the city departments in attendance determined that the proposed closure would not result in any public inconvenience, and the closure of this portion of the right-of-way is acceptable. 2 letters of opposition have been received from the owners of the adjacent 624 Surfside Avenue. That is right on the other side of the alleyway. 624 Surfside Avenue currently has structures within the right-of-way, within the entirety of that 15-foot right-of-way that are currently the subject of a zoning violation. They had planned to submit their own street closure for the full width of the alley. However, this would require the Schroeders, our applicants today, to abandon their interest in their half of the portion of the alley. They are entitled to half of the alleyway if they would so choose. And this application, they've reiterated that they are interested in acquiring that half. Consistent with previous approvals, a condition will grant the City of Virginia Beach's 7.5-foot wide public drainage easement over the closed portion. Staff is recommending approval of this application subject to the conditions within the staff report. And I will take any questions if there's any questions on the zoning violation as well from the neighbor, I can address that as well.
And we do have 2 speakers signed up, so this would need to go on the record.
I don't really have any question per se, but I did speak with, was speaking to, I'm not sure who the other one is, so I'm not sure if that's part of that. But basically, somebody has built on these other people's property kind of unwillingly, and they're interested and are somehow taking into consideration. I'm not sure that we really can, because it's kind of out of our hands. So, but they're going to come and speak today. I'm sure that Eddie will address it
Just
in
to
the meeting.
clarify, it's currently city property.
If I mean, like they built something that they, on property they didn't have any right to build on.
Correct, I just want to clarify,
Yeah.
it's city property, it's not.
Sorry, I didn't say that right.
Does the zoning violation include, if I understood this right, the party that built into the city right-of-way also cut down trees in the city right-of-way?
Not to my knowledge, that wasn't part of the complaint addressed. I guess there were already some existing structures in that right-of-way as well. The complaint was noticed because they put up an additional gazebo that was being built, so one of the neighbors submitted a complaint that it was within the setback, and at that time it was noticed that the rest of the alley had been filled in, so there wasn't any sort of acknowledgement of if a tree had existed in that area previously.
I saw that in the materials we were presented. I didn't know if that was part of the violation for cutting down that public tree. In terms of, it appears from the materials, there are two different processes here. One involves the matter before us today, an application for acquisition of half of the alleyway. The second involves the encroachment, and what I read in the materials was an encroachment application. I don't know if that's correct.
Yes.
What is that, and to whom does that go within the city such that it would not have been noticed in the review for the application we have today?
Yes, sir. So that is handled through our Public Works Department. It is not made available through the planning systems, so it wasn't available through that. It should have perhaps been caught at the
Reviewers meeting.
excuse me, yes, the viewers meeting. However, I think why it wasn't caught is because it's associated with 624 Surfside Avenue. So when it came forth, everybody's looking at 621 Vanderbilt Avenue and the alleyway. That doesn't call out 624 because it's not part of their property, so it's not flagged for that application. The application is just going to be flagged for 624 Surfside Avenue. So when they're looking at our Vanderbilt Avenue application in the alleyway, they're not going to necessarily see that unless they're looking at all of the adjacent properties as well.
Well, that's where I want to go. We've spoken at one of these prior informals about the reviewers meetings for vacating these types of city properties, city streets. Public Works is one of the participants in that reviewers meeting, correct?
Yes, sir.
So there's an encroachment application at Public Works. Public Works is at the meeting looking at this parcel. And I know it's a big department, but somehow those dots weren't connected. And Public Works signed off on proceeding with this through the review process. Is that correct?
Public Works did not have any comments. That is correct.
All right. So I'm hearing in your explanation, though, that this is evaluated somehow based on adjoining properties and street addresses. It would occur to me when they're looking at the public convenience, the health, safety, welfare, the government's needs on these types of alleyways, that Parks and Rec, Public Utilities, Public Works are literally examining either the site or photographs of the site, regardless of the adjoining houses. I would think they're looking at the land itself. Is it needed for a pipe, for a walkway, or for whatever? Are you telling me that's not what happens at the reviewers meeting?
I cannot say how Public Works is reviewing these. They might just be looking at it from a city standpoint where they're evaluating if the alley is in any way useful to the city, and from a public perspective, if it provides access to a key street, or if it works as a thoroughfare that people use on the regular. I don't know that they're looking at the actual site conditions in terms of, are there buildings within the city right of way? I don't know if that's part of their process. I can reach out to them and get a firmer answer on their process.
Maybe someone else from staff.
When we do the viewers meeting, we are evaluating would closure of the area that's being requested to be closed, would there be a public inconvenience created if that area was closed? So, as we often do, if there's any sort of utility infrastructure that would require a utility easement, be that public utility or some sort of drainage easement, does it provide some sort of access? So that's what those viewers are evaluating. I don't disagree, it would have been nice to have this additional information, but in terms of the evaluation of the request, we are looking at, would there be a public inconvenience created if this area was closed?
The reason I'm pressing a little bit here we have a controversy that has taken up staff time. The parties, have different interests and views, and it's become a thing. If there is an administrative way to help at the front end with the reviewers meeting to detect some of these kind of issues early so that they don't get to this point, that's really why I'm pressing. And so my last question is there some form of staff report or documentation presented to these reviewers ahead of the meeting to orient them so that they could see what is the physical condition of the place that we are now looking at and evaluating?
Yes, they get a copy of all the submittal documentation and kind of a summary of what the request is, and then they evaluate it from their different perspectives. So Public Works has a lot of different facets under their umbrella. So they're evaluating against various infrastructure. Public Utilities is looking at any utility infrastructure. Parks and Rec is looking, are there any parks impacts? So they're all looking at it from their respective disciplines. And then we're providing, this is what the request is, this is the closure area.
But nobody noticed that this place is fenced in, has landscaping improvements, has a gazebo built in it?
Well, we did call that out in the staff report, and that was brought up to staff.
Okay.
So that was addressed previously. We didn't have the information on the encroachment permit, but it does not change the fact that for the users on Vanderbilt Avenue, they would still be entitled to that half. The encroachment agreement was discussed with them as a follow-up to a street closure. They were supposed to put in a street closure application, and the encroachment agreement was intended to address the standard drainage easement that we would acquire, not an encroachment into the right-of-way, but an encroachment into the easement that would have been granted to them if it were to be closed. At that point, for their street closure, they still would have needed the Schroders to grant them their half of the alleyway. So the encroachment has been in place since December. Their application was submitted then. That has not been able to move forward. It's been put on hold with a notification that you need to close the street before we can proceed with your encroachment. This application has since come in. We have not received an application for the street closure on the other side. So looking at this, the Schroders on Vanderbilt Avenue are fully within the right to acquire that half of it. It is an unfortunate situation that it does already have existing structures, but within their legal rights, they are able to make that request. And it has to be worked out between the neighbors whether or not that full 15 would go to the owners of 624 Surfside, or if the Schroders want to exercise the right to their 7.5 foot portion of the 15-foot alley.
Thank you all for explaining this process. We don't often get insight into the review process and how it might be improved if needed. Thank you.
And thank you for your question. I think that did help kind of address the issue overall, so everybody has kind of a good idea going forward into the meeting. Okay.
This one is.
Agenda item number 5.
Are you going to do the whole meeting?
It's kind of a tradition in your last meeting. You just do the whole thing. You know?
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Agenda item number 5 is a request by Cavalier Advisors LLC and Joseph L. and Christy A. Sullivan to close a 15 by 80 unimproved alley between 4502 and 4504 Myrtle Avenue. The applicants have applied for the closure of this alley with the intent to each incorporate 600 square feet of the 1,200 square foot alley into their adjacent properties. Impact to the residents along Myrtle Avenue should be minimal, as the only 3 homes that front Myrtle Avenue. 2 belong to the applicants here, and the third home, 4505 Myrtle Avenue, is just 50 feet from 46th Street to the north, which provides a paved access to Atlantic Avenue rather than this unimproved access. During the viewers' meeting held in February, it was noted that a public sewer pipe is located beneath this alley and that a public utility easement would be needed over the entirety of the width for maintenance of that utility. It was also requested that dedication of a public drainage easement also be supplied over the same area. Outside of these stipulations, the city departments in attendance determined that the proposed closure would not present any sort of public inconvenience and the closure of this portion of the right-of-way is acceptable. Staff is therefore recommending approval subject to the conditions within the staff report.
I've heard no objection to this.
Commissioner Plumley, will you read that?
All right, thank you.
Good morning. The next item is item number 6, Commonwealth Brewing Company LLC, and they're requesting a modification of conditions request. The site is located along Pleasure House Road, and the craft brewery has been in operation since 2015. The original CUP for craft brewery was approved on December 9th of 2014. On October 17th of 2023, City Council approved a modification of conditions and a street closure request. The 2003 modification addressed an after-the-fact expansion of the outdoor seating area and parking lot, which had been constructed without the required approvals and permits. The 2023 modification associated with the 2014 approval required that the applicant construct and install all necessary improvements, including curb and gutter, paved parking, and sidewalks in compliance with the Public Works Design Standards Manual. In 2025, the applicant requested a modification of conditions to extend the time frame established in condition 4 of the previous modification of conditions application that was approved by council in 2023. The condition required that the site plan be submitted within 90 days of city council's approval and all necessary permits to be obtained within 1 year in order to begin work. And that date was on February 4th, 2025, when City Council approved that modification for the extension. Since City Council approved the modification request in February of 2025, the site plan has undergone several rounds of review. The applicant's engineer continues to work with staff to address outstanding comments necessary to obtain the site plan approval and to acquire their permits. Because the project remains under review and did not meet the condition for the modification of conditions to extend that time, which that date would have been February 4th of 2026, the applicant is requesting another modification to extend the time frame as referenced in condition number 4, and this would allow them an additional 1-year extension. However, in conversations with the applicant's rep, they do intend to make sure that it's all taken care of before that year is over. Staff is supportive of the request as the applicant has been working diligently with staff to reach site plan approval. Staff has received no opposition to this request and we're recommending approval subject to the conditions in your staff report. Happy to ask questions. Yes.
Marshall, it's obvious that the applicant has made a lot of expensive improvements to the site. And I see there's been no effort at outreach beyond the legal requirements, but you've heard nothing at all.
No cause or anything.
I would say this is the kind of project that I think we should be encouraging as a body. This is what I would deem a frozen neighborhood where you don't have a lot of activities in the area to go to and enjoy. This is a very nice establishment where they put a big investment, and I'm wholeheartedly supportive of it. I understand there's a time request here. We all went through COVID. This is a business that had to somehow survive a very difficult circumstance, tucked away in a neighborhood where you're not going to see it unless it's a place you want to go. So I would think it's highly supported in the neighborhood. Otherwise, it would not have made it through those times. So I'm very supportive of this project.
Marshall, thank you
Yes.
for the briefing.
Sure.
Help me understand, if I get this right, there was an approval in October of 2023, 2.5 years ago, and they're still working to achieve what was approved 2.5 years ago?
Yes.
Have they offered any reason why it's taken 2.5 years to do what they asked to do?
So my understanding after talking with the applicant's rep, there are some legal documents that needed to be prepared in order to get the plat approved. The site plan can't be approved until those documents are prepared. So that has kind of been some of the delay with the approval of the site plan.
In the interim, have there been any violations, such as erecting a stage on the parking lot and having outdoor music, that kind of thing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any other questions? Consent?
No, I'd like to have this heard.
We do have one WebEx speaker.
Okay.
Speaker anyway.
In opposition?
Neutral.
Neutral?
Which is unusual, being that area usually steps up when there's a problem.
Improvements along that road.
They were supposed to have done them. Like the sidewalk and all that.
Okay. The next item is item number 7, Rama TC LLC. They're requesting a conditional rezoning from B3 Central Business District to conditional B4 Mixed Use District with a Workforce Housing Overlay District. You may remember last month they came before you and requested a 30-day deferral. They are now requesting an indefinite deferral. They're still working to refine their proposal, and they're working through the comments of their traffic impact analysis. Move too fast. No.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Item number 8 is a request for a conditional use permit for a family daycare home located at 249 Brookhaven Drive, Zone R10 Residential District for Montessori Schoolhouse LLC. The applicant is requesting to operate a daycare within their home for up to 12 children. Hours of operation would be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, with pickup and drop-off staggered to mitigate traffic. The perimeter of the site has a 6-foot-tall wooden fence that surrounds the backyard, and the applicant has shared that is in good condition. While the children will not be able to access the entire backyard, there will be a little under 2,300 square feet of an outdoor play area for the children to access. Within the backyard, an approximately 975 square foot pool is located in the center, with one side adjacent to the play area. The children will not be able to use the pool, or they will not be using the pool as a part of the daycare. The part of the play area that is not enclosed by wooden fencing and walls will need to be protected by fencing, which is at least 4 feet tall and composed of non-climbable material. As you can see in the site photos, the applicant has upgraded to white vinyl and will continue to work with the Department of Education to ensure they meet their requirements. The applicant is not proposing any new signage at this time. Staff has received 8 letters of support, and we have also received 2 phone calls and 5 letters of opposition regarding concerns with traffic, property values, safety, noise, and the number of children that the applicant is requesting. Staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Is anyone signed up to speak in opposition?
I don't believe so. No.
Thank you.
So on the slide that we have in front of us, I believe you just said that it's 7 in opposition, 8 support. It shows 5.
We do not count phone calls on our maps of opposition. We only consider people that have signed up or letters.
In fact, you have received 7 expressions from neighbors
Correct.
of opposition.
Correct.
This is in my district, and I've spoken to the council member about this one. Can you describe the content of the letters of opposition or expressions of opposition? What are the concerns?
As I've stated earlier, it was mostly regarding traffic. They have been having, well, some neighbors have shared that they have other instances of things that are possibly not permitted in their neighborhood. I actually received this morning the addresses for those locations, so our zoning inspector can investigate those properly, because I think that's been causing a lot of issues. And you know, when you see a request for 12 children, I kind of understand that there's more activity when you have enough already going on, why you'd be concerned with that. But I think regards to safety, there really wasn't much expansion other than considering a higher number of children. Some had mentioned that there are people that have mopeds or bikes or something around the neighborhood. I'm not really sure what that would have to do with.
So tell me if I'm correct. As I read what I was given, there were concerns about noise, about this being an established, quiet neighborhood that does not have commercial businesses in that neighborhood, that these are narrow streets. People were concerned about cars parking, car traffic on these streets.
Correct.
Are those are correct things that were expressed?
Yes.
Cromwell?
Put the pictures of the play area back up there. Am I to understand that the whole play area is concrete?
Yes.
And these are going to be how children of what ages? 0 to 12 years old?
I believe so. I think it was newborns to 12.
I thought it was to age 5.
2 to 5.
2 to 5, excuse me.
We wouldn't restrict the age limit, but the applicant has stated it's their intent for 2 months to 5 years of age.
I just find concrete not a suitable play surface for children of that age. It looked like there'd be a lot of injury when they fell down versus having a grass play area.
Commissioner Cromwell raises a good point, but I believe social services regulates all that and tells them how many square feet and what type of surface. And so if it's, if it doesn't meet their standards for play area, then they won't be able to get their license, which is really a little different from the land use issue.
Thank you.
I would prefer to hear this. It's in my district. I would like to ask the applicant some questions and potentially add a condition or modify a condition on this.
And I just would like to add to that the applicant will be having somebody with them up at the stand today for translation needs, just as a heads up.
And could you clarify that this type of use by right could exist up to 4 children?
Correct.
And the applicant is seeking 12.
Correct.
Neither of those numbers include children who are already resident in the home.
Correct.
Thank you.
Quick question. You can stay there. They're seeking 12. Is that because that's where the state comes into play, that they can have up to 12?
I would imagine so.
But they have the ability, the state has the ability to regulate how many actually are on site for the square footage and all the things that they have to look at?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Just a step in the process to being able to get their license.
Correct.
Good morning. Agenda item 9 is a request for a conditional use permit for an assembly use. At this time, the applicant has submitted a letter requesting a 30-day deferral in order to allow for them to present before the Agricultural Advisory Commission.
The next item is item number 10, and this is a request by Colin Nannery for a conditional use permit to operate a bicycle and moped rental establishment on a portion of this 21.6 acre parcel. The B4 mixed use parcel is located in the Sandbridge Suburban Focus Area and is within the AE flood zone. The site is currently developed with multiple uses to include a real estate business and a restaurant. The applicant is proposing to operate the e-bike rental business, with a small 208 square foot enclosed cargo trailer, which will be used solely for office operations and storage of the e-bikes. All e-bike rentals will be ordered and reserved online. Customers will use the online platform to rent e-bikes, which will then be delivered directly to the customer's location by the applicant's company. Only 2 employees are anticipated for this business, with hours of operation between the hours of 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. 7 days a week between the months of May and September. The electric bicycles will be Class 1 and Class 2 models and will be rented exclusively to individuals 18 years of age or older who present a valid form of identification. Rental options will be available on an hourly, daily, or weekly basis to accommodate a variety of users. Customers will not pick up or return e-bikes to the site. While customers will not visit the site to rent e-bikes, there may be occasional instances where a customer stops by to request information regarding the rental process. Since the proposed cargo trailer will be used solely for office operations and the storage of e-bikes, and since rentals will not be conducted on site, there is no parking requirement. However, there's a total of about 84 parking spaces available on the property, including an asphalt parking lot and a shared gravel parking lot area that serves the businesses on the site. The applicant anticipates an initial fleet of 15 to 25 e-bikes for the rental business per section 226 of the zoning ordinance, where a conditional use is used for the operation of bicycle, moped, and rental. Not more than 40 bicycles or mopeds per zoning lot are permitted. Additionally, since the property is located in the AE flood zone with a base flood elevation of 5 feet, conditions have been recommended to ensure that the trailer will meet all applicable floodplain regulations to address all safety and regulatory concerns as relates to the temporary placement on site for fewer than 180 consecutive days, that the trailer will be licensed for highway use, and that it will meet all the new construction elevation and anchoring requirements detailed in the floodplain ordinance. The applicant intends to wrap the cargo trailer with graphics depicting vibrant scenery, such as a sunset, sunrise, or ocean theme that is compatible with the Sandbridge Beach area. An example of the proposed wrap has been provided by the applicant. However, staff has included a condition requiring that the final design of the trailer wrap be reviewed and approved by the Director of Department of Planning prior to any issuance of permits. Staff finds the proposed electric e-bike rental business compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and meets the necessary zoning and operational standards to ensure limited impacts on the site and adjacent properties. Staff is recommending approval of the request subject to the conditions in your staff report. Staff has not been made aware of any opposition to this request.
Marshall, if the fleet can be up to 40 e-bikes, and then one can assume that there are additional lithium batteries that may be needed to swap out, that storage of more than 40 lithium batteries in a trailer constitutes a fire concern. Has the fire department reviewed this?
Yes, we did route this to fire. They are understanding of the operations of the use, and they had no concerns at this time.
Very good. Number 2, does the wrap on the trailer constitute a sign, and is it compliant as a sign with the regulations?
We will need to look into that, and so we did add the condition to ensure that we would review it prior to them getting their permit. So we will look at that, and we will make sure that whatever design that they choose meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Very good. And lastly, is there a jet ski rental business operating on this site?
I have heard that maybe that is possible. I didn't confirm that, but we can definitely check and see if there is one on the property.
I didn't see that mentioned in the staff report.
Sure, we can check and see and double check that.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I've not heard any opposition to this application.
Consent?
Commissioner Cromwell, will you read it?
Agenda item 11 is for Southside Barbell LLC and is a request for a conditional use permit for an indoor recreational facility. Parcel is located at 5512 Virginia Beach Boulevard, Zone B2 Business District. The applicant is requesting to operate a 24/7 gym with an approximately 9,510 square foot suite. They were notified of violation of operating without a conditional use permit from zoning in July of last year and are attempting to come into compliance with the submittal of this application. As previously mentioned, hours of operation are 24/7 with codes given to members for access and staff typically present in the mornings into early evenings. The gym shares the parcel with an adjoined medical office that is 11,850 square feet. The total for current parking spaces on the entire lot has been verified as 68 spaces as confirmed by a parking study completed in April 2024. According to calculations established in our zoning ordinance, parking is deficient by 24 spaces when both uses are present on this parcel. The applicant has requested a parking reduction and created their own parking study, but did not submit a parking study completed by a certified engineer. The back portion of the lot is utilized for the gym side of parking as designated by the landlord. The applicant has been asked to remove some of the miscellaneous equipment from the lot and to keep any outdoor equipment out of the parking lot. But with that being said, it's been determined by our zoning administrator that the storage of some outdoor equipment is accessory to the conditional use permit, but it must be stored as designated on the site plan when not in use. The applicant has previously had signage posted on the exterior and on the multi-tenant signage post, but they have shared that it's since been removed while they work through this process. And per usual, signage will need further review and approval by zoning outside after this permit. Staff has not received any forms of opposition, and the applicant has gathered 25 signatures on a petition of support, as well as one letter of support from the adjoining medical center. While we recognize the efforts of the applicant to attempt a parking study, we are recommending denial of this request due to shortage of parking found during multiple hours, which requires further studying by a certified engineer. Should the Planning Commission find this use appropriate, staff has recommended conditions in the staff report. I'll stand by for questions.
So with the parking, have we made any effort to determine internally with the city staff whether there are a number of occupants that we could limit the building to so that we could accommodate a reduction of the parking safely or anything of that nature?
That was discussed, but from my understanding, that is hard for zoning to enforce, which is why we didn't explore that option further.
But it could be an option to limit the occupancy, which would subject them to potentially losing the permit if they were to violate it. Is that fair?
I'm going to look to Hannah Sabo.
The ordinance does not specify whether or not we can, so it does not specify that we can reduce parking based on an occupancy limitation. So I'm not
It's
sure.
just logic, but I understand that zoning ordinance may not accommodate it. I'm just curious as whether we considered numbers. So we said, okay, this building can only be occupied by 30 people at a time because you only can accommodate X number of spaces. Is there anything that we've done?
That we have definitely considered it, but it is a very difficult to enforce. That there's no way for our staff to. It'd be very difficult for our staff to be able to.
Well, we
enforce
have
that.
neighbors and they walk right in and they say, you've got more than 30 people, and they pick up the phone, they call us every day. So I'm just suggesting, it's not been done is the answer. It's not, we really don't have an idea of what the numbers correlate to with regards to parking. That's really where I'm going with the question.
Right, so our parking is, I believe, for this use based on square footage, and so that's what we have to use unless they can provide us with a parking study from an engineer. Like, those are the two options there that our ordinance currently has.
No, I mean, I'm of the personal opinion, we require way too many parking spaces for buildings, and as a result, we can't accommodate half of the uses that we'd like for structures. So have we not taken a look at the question? That's what I'm really wanting, is that we look at this question of true occupancy as opposed to just simply, a blanket square footage. That's really what I'm trying to get at.
I agree, and that is a larger problem than just this particular example here, but it is on my list for things to look at when we do these zoning ordinance rewrite, is how we handle parking.
Thank you.
This is my district. I have not received any comments in support or in opposition. But I would just say that I feel like it's a compatible use. I mean, and we want to encourage businesses and we want to encourage community in this area, which a gym does. I'm really glad you addressed the outdoor storage because all too often I feel like we're not completely on board with who's doing outdoor storage and who isn't, and who has to have a bulk storage permit for it and who doesn't. So I'm glad you addressed that. For the parking, I almost feel like the public will control. If there isn't parking, people are going to a different gym. And none of the neighbors are complaining, not even the adjacent businesses. And again, I feel like the public will control that. Because if there's insufficient parking, then they're not going to renew their lease, or there's going to be pushback. With no opposition at all, I'd really like to see this move forward if possible.
I drive through a district filled with parking spaces that are empty, filled with them, where there could be businesses, homes, and activity. And I'm wondering, if our code needs to be revisited with regards to the demands that we're making on parking, quite honestly.
So during the site visit, we talked about the fact that they had made an agreement with Salvation Army next door to allow them to park over there, and that some people were already using that as a parking alternative. Where did we get anywhere with because it's a gravel parking lot, right?
Correct.
And not, so it has to be.
To be considered a lot recognized by the city, yes, it would need to have paving or approval from planning director for alternatives.
Okay, and did we talk to, at the site visit, we talked about that we were going to talk to the applicant?
Yes.
Has what transpired from that?
I believe, if I understood the applicant correctly, that he would not like to take that route because it seems like it would be more timely and costly to go that route than to do a parking study. But obviously, we're here today and he wanted to talk to you about what he has done so far for his parking study.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kemp.
I think this is a question for Hannah. And Hannah, could you come up to the mic so that we capture the answer on the recording and for those who are watching remotely? As I understand, part of our role as planning commissioners, we're looking at the plans and policies, the zoning code, the tools that we have here in the city and applying them to the application at hand. If the commission were to, I'll say, disregard the parking requirement in this case, what would need to be articulated as part of that recommendation so that this didn't become a precedent that any other applicant could then just disregard parking requirements?
The approval of this does not remove the requirement to comply with parking. The enforcement of parking and requirement for parking is under the purview of zoning administrator, and so they would still need to come into compliance with that. As with all of the other requirements that are reviewed during the site plan process, the use, as you all were reviewing it, the approval of that, by council, they still have to come into compliance with all those other requirements. So they would, I'll defer to our attorney, and I believe that you can put a comment in there that parking must still be complied with if you want to double down and make sure that is very clear they still need to comply with parking.
I'm actually hearing the opposite, and that's what I'm questioning about. There appears to be a sentiment to perhaps not apply or enforce the letter of the rules on parking. I don't know if that's within the purview of this commission to even do that, or if it was done, how do you avoid appearing arbitrary and capricious in that kind of a one-off decision?
The review of a parking study would be the way in which an applicant could reduce the required parking. I do think that there's a lot of features around the parking study that could be looked at, but the requirements for compliance with parking would be something that I would have to review regardless of whether or not this conditional use permit is approved.
Okay, thank you.
Because this is a denial recommendation from staff, this is going to have a hearing, correct?
If it makes it clearer, parking is something that's required, just like we've been discussing many things that get fleshed out during the site plan review process. So you may think, and don't take this like the wrong way, but you may think you have a good idea on what parking should be required, but like you could also think that maybe you have a good idea of how stormwater should be handled, right? Like that's going to be, it's the same situation under our ordinance, how it's currently written. So those matters are going to be determined by staff with staff expertise during the site plan review process. There is, in this circumstance, an avenue for a deviation from that parking requirement if they can provide a parking study that is suitable to the zoning administrator.
And so to that point, in the site visit, I believe the commissioners present suggested that the applicant be reminded of what happens if they pursue their application and it is denied. In other words, they can't come back for another year, which may create a financial circumstance between them and their landlord where they can't operate the business, but they have other obligations. Was that communication conveyed to the applicant of what could happen?
Multiple times, yes.
Thank you.
And an applicant could reapply if there's a substantial change. I think we would consider if they were to provide a parking study prepared by a certified engineer to show that the parking the parking provided on site is sufficient. I think we could consider that a substantial enough change in the application that it would potentially change the evaluation.
Well, these are interesting comments about people's intent around the table. What we're going to do is have a hearing and we're going to ask questions. I have an opportunity to ask about the policy on this. There is no intention of mine to give my vote away until I have a hearing with the applicant. And so I'm absolutely against the idea of trying to step inside the brain of anyone around this table and start getting an answer to the question I have in advance. So I'm looking forward to the hearing.
I was just going to say that at the site visit, we were all kind of bending over backwards to try to think of ways how we could work around this problem, because none of us want this business to have to go to either move or go out of business or have any kind of a problem. It sounded to us like there might be a lot of options for parking, and we're really curious to hear what he's going to say. But I just want people to understand that we were going out of our way to try to find a way to make this work, and I think we're really hopeful that he will maybe come today with some option in mind that might solve this problem.
Just for clarification, while they have an application that's open, they're still able to conduct business as long as they're trying to come into compliance. But if it goes as a denial and recommendation and city council denies it as well, then they have to cease operations. Is that correct?
So it is not permitted currently, so they should not continue operating. It is zoning's practice not to pursue continued enforcement as they're going through the process to come into compliance, but that is not the same as being permitted to continue operating.
Very fair. But as soon as a denial is done, then it's in full enforcement.
All right, we're going to hear it, so we'll go on to the next item.
Item 12 is a request for a conditional use permit for Reagan Knutson for a home-based wildlife rehabilitation facility. Parcel is located at 3421 Alcott Road, zoned R 7.5 residential district. The applicant is requesting to operate as a wildlife rehabilitator to look after juvenile orphan turtles and occasionally small mammals under their Category 2 rehabilitator sponsor. They're looking to obtain their Category 1 wildlife rehabilitator license pending approval of this application and already have their Category 4 license. The applicant will focus predominantly on turtle hatchlings within her home. Animals will be released off-site once rehabbed. Animals will be predominantly transported by the applicant or the sponsor. The applicant has also requested that the public are able to drop off animals at the site. To accommodate this request, the public will only be able to do so from the hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Any animals that need to be placed in the rehab outside of these hours will need to be retrieved and transported by the applicant. The animals will be kept within an approximately 130 square foot room, as noted on the floor plan. The applicant has requested that their maximum be set to no more than 50 animals at a time. While 50 appears to be a high number, the applicant has shared that the size of hatchlings are relatively small and will be able to comfortably share enclosures. The applicant has provided a breakdown of the categories of animals they could have, which would be 19 for aquatic turtles, 28 for box turtles, and 3 for small mammals. The request for mammals would mostly be for the benefit of other rehabbers that temporarily need holding, which my understanding that happens sometimes. All animals they'll be caring for will be regulated and received through their sponsor. The applicant is not proposing any new signage, and staff has not received any forms of opposition. Therefore, we're recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thank you very much for your report. In reference to the number of animals for the property and then the breakdown, is there a regulatory agency on that, or is this based on the experience of the applicant?
That was based on the experience of the applicant running through with me what she would be comfortable handling. But everything is regulated through the sponsor, so she's not just accepting animals by the public, so.
Okay, thank you. I have not received any information or any correspondence whatsoever on this, and it strikes me that, the applicant is going through the process, so I recommend it for the consent agenda.
Will you read it?
I will.
Thank you.
It's lovely, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Michelle's
Mine
phone.
weren't that peaceful. I hear mine and it just, you know.
All right, good morning, Planning Commission. Good morning. Agenda item number 13 is an alternative compliance request to deviate from the CBC form-based codes build to requirement at the property located at 4554 Virginia Beach Boulevard. The property is zoned Central Business Core District and is within the Pembroke Strategic Growth Area. And the subject area that we're talking about today is in the middle of this aerial shot within the existing Pembroke Mall. The proposal includes a 96.5-foot tall mixed-use building, which will be located in this interior area of the existing mall, which has been demolished as a part of the mall's redevelopment phases. And so these are some site photos just showing where the portion of that mall, where the portion of the mall has currently been demolished. And this is a little slow. Sorry. Okay. Section 2204 of the zoning ordinance states that the CBC build to zone requirement is 0 to 10 feet, meaning that buildings shall be placed between 0 and 10 feet of the property line adjacent to a street. The facade of the proposed 7-story building will be approximately 485 feet from the closest public street, which is the main reason for this request. Although the CBC form-based code provides flexibility through optional forms of development, section 2206 of the zoning ordinance states that the administrative route of optional form cannot be used to deviate from the build to requirement by more than 20 feet. The applicant is currently pursuing a subdivision plat for the project, which will place new property lines between the proposed mixed-use building and the Kohl's and Target anchor stores. And that new property line is shown in this exhibit in red. And you can see Target is to the north, the existing Kohl's is to the east, and then the new Funny Bone location is to the west. The main entrances of the building are to the west, facing the Funny Bone Comedy Club and an open green space area. The mixed-use building will consist of 284 dwelling units, a 613-space parking garage, and approximately 17,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space. The amenities for the residents will include a 2-story clubhouse, a 2-story fitness center, a 2nd-story rooftop pool and lounge area, and 2 outdoor courtyards, indoor bicycle storage, and a communal office space. And these floor plans show the outdoor amenity spaces shaded in blue. The 7th floor will have a roof deck lounge, a pickleball court, and a dog park area, and the total on-site outdoor amenity space provided will be around 26,000 square feet, which exceeds the minimum required by the CBC form-based code. The building exterior will be comprised of precast panels, modular brick veneer, and fiber cement panel siding in a neutral color scheme of gray, blue, and white. The image to the left is if you're looking north, at the south side of the south facade. The image on the right is the west facade rendering. So if you're standing in front of the Funny Bone location, looking across that green space area to the main entrances. Deviations to the CBC form-based code's transparency and blank wall requirements are needed for the parking garage facing north, which staff finds acceptable due to the existing building code constraints for structures abutting a property line. And they have also included textured precast base panels that will go along the parking garage facade that adds visual interest and continues the design aesthetic that is found around the rest of the building. And so you can see the parking garage from both next to Target and Kohl's in these images here. And then this is looking mainly from the Kohl's side. And although this project will not create an activated frontage along a public street, the privately maintained road and sidewalk network will connect to the rest of the Pembroke Shopping Center. Building canopies, overhangs, building foundation landscape plantings, ground floor pedestrian lighting, and an outdoor eating area are provided as human-scaled elements to enhance the ground floor pedestrian environment. And due to the project's contribution to town center's infill redevelopment, and the design's substantial conformance to the CBC design guidelines, staff is recommending approval of the application subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. And there was a revised version of condition number 8 sent to you all yesterday in the supplements package. The applicant has expressed that they disagree with the application to future private sidewalks and streets. However, staff has communicated that the form-based code requirements would apply to facades, whether they face a private or public street or sidewalk. They might want to talk to you about that today, but I wanted to give you all a heads up. And then we did discuss the potential revision of condition number 5 that was brought up at the site visit that would increase the requirement of the sidewalks from 5 feet to 6 feet. They were not interested, or they did not agree to that revision. And so they are aware that you might want to talk to them about that today as well. And I'm here for any questions.
Due to a business affiliation, I will abstain from any comment or vote on this matter.
I have to abstain as well.
Any questions? So, guess we won't have to hear this then. Do we have speakers?
There are no known speakers as of this time.
What is y'all's pleasure?
Consent.
Consent, okay. Someone to read it for us. Okay. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mike.
Good morning again. Agenda item 14 is a request for conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 213 16th Street. The applicant is requesting to operate a 3-bedroom short-term rental within an existing condominium unit. The 3-bedroom short-term rental is required to have 3 off-street parking spaces. The site contains 2 assigned parking spaces for the unit and a 1-car garage for a total of 3 parking spaces on the site. While on-street parking is prohibited along Pacific Avenue in this area, on-street metered parking is available along this portion of 16th Street to the south of the site. Therefore, any overflow parking beyond the minimum parking spaces required could occur within 16th Street. A zoning complaint was received by staff in 2021 for the operation of a short-term rental within the subject unit without a conditional use permit or a short-term rental zoning permit. However, staff was unable to find any evidence of short-term rental activity or otherwise corroborate the complaint. The site is not currently advertised, and the last known documented stay was September 10th of 2020. Staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Consent.
Commissioner Schoonover, will you read that?
Yes, ma'am.
Agenda item 15 is a request for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 101. The applicant is seeking to operate a 1-bedroom short-term rental within the 14,500 square feet Oceans 2 condominium complex. Oceans 2 has 42 units, with 15 of those units operating as short-term rentals with conditional use permits. There is 1 assigned parking space for this unit in one of the condominium's 2 off-site parking lots, thus fulfilling the parking requirement. There are 2 prior zoning complaints on this site, one in December of 2021 and another in February of 2024 for the operation of a short-term rental within the subject unit without a conditional use permit or short-term rental zoning permit. However, staff was unable to find evidence of short-term rental activity or corroborate the complaint. The site is not currently advertised, and there are no known prior documented stays. Staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Consent.
Commissioner Plumley, will you read that?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think these next 3 are all in the same building.
Yes, sir. Agenda item 16 is a request for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 205. The applicant is seeking to operate a 1-bedroom short-term rental within the 14,500 square foot Oceans 2 condominium complex. Again, Oceans 2 has 42 units, with 15 of those units operating as short-term rentals with conditional use permits. There is 1 assigned parking space for this unit in the condominium's parking lot, thus fulfilling the parking requirement. There are no prior zoning complaints or violations associated with this unit, and the site is not currently advertised, and there are no prior documented stays. Staff is recommending approval of this request, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Yes.
And agenda item 17 is a request for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 202. At this time, the applicant has submitted a request for a 30-day deferral to provide the required insurance documentation for the application. And there is a letter that was provided to you at your seats today.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got a couple of presentations.
Do you want to do the agenda first?
Okay, feel free.
I did want to make one quick note on item 10. We do have a speaker signed up on that, so that will need to come off of consent and go into the regular agenda. That's the item 10.
Okay.
The speaker is opposed.
Yes.
Also, I'd like direction on how I handle it when we get to item 13, if the applicant does not agree to the conditions, which it sounds like they're not in agreement. So then what?
So that's up to the commission, because conditions are applied unilaterally. So if you want to condition the application in that way, then you can certainly condition it in that way. If they want to speak and be heard, then it would need to be pulled from consent and placed on the regular agenda. But it is completely within the commission's purview to still place those conditions.
Well, we have it on consent at the current time? All right, feel free to correct me. What I have is 3 items for deferral. Items 7, 9, and 17. No agenda items for withdrawal. 9 items on the consent agenda. Items 1, 2, 3, 5, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. And then to be heard, I have 5 items, agenda items 4, 6, 8, 10, and 11.
And then the minutes.
And then we have the minutes.
So if I may, to confirm, we have 3 sets of minutes. Informal hearing of March 11th with Commissioner Pittman abstaining because you were not present at the informal, correct?
When?
Last meeting, the informal. You participated in the formal?
Yes.
Okay.
Vote if she would like. since she
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Do you wish to abstain or vote on the minutes?
I'll abstain, it doesn't matter.
All right. With regard to the formal minutes, all commissioners were present. And then the site visit on April 2nd, Vice Chair Byler and Commissioners Cromwell and Plumley were not present. Are the 3 of you abstaining on those?
Yes.
Yes.
I have curiosity, for 13, do they want to have a hearing? I just want to make sure that if they wanted.
I'm unsure, which is why I asked for clarification.
Do you know the item, if they want to have a hearing?
They don't agree with the conditions as recommended.
Yeah. But
it's up to this body if they feel that the conditions are appropriate and that's what you want to move forward with in your recommendation, or if you'd like to have a hearing to discuss it further with the applicant.
I would like to know if they would prefer to have a hearing. I don't know how we can find that out.
Well, I'm gonna say since they don't agree, they'd probably like to discuss that with the commission.
I was going to say, if the part of the question in the consent agenda is, do you agree to the conditions?
Yeah.
If they say no, then we're going to hear it.
So why don't we just hear it, since I think they're gonna, that's what it sounds like they prefer to do, and it, anyway.
Well, we don't, okay.
Whatever. I was just thinking back through that and want to make sure that
If they say, if they're on the consent agenda and the question is asked, do you agree to the conditions? And they say no, then they go on the.
They don't have to agree to the conditions. It's just whether or not this body agrees that the conditions are appropriate and that those are the conditions you want to move forward in your recommendation to City Council.
Well, if there's unease, if there's question marks, just go ahead and
Yeah,
have it.
let's hear it. Let's hear it. If they're not happy about it.
Okay, we'll hear it.
All right, so you took the one job that I had away from me. I'll do the
Well,
pledge.
you can read mine. You can read mine. I've already written it down and everything.
I'll do the pledge.
You're funny. I'm like, how can I not talk? I like to avoid the talk.
Okay. Let's listen to data centers.
Okay, we ready for the briefing? Okay.
That is amazing.
Dun, dun.
Data center interest.
Oh, it's a data center.
Hello again.
Hello.
Good morning. So staff did receive a request for a briefing on data centers, and I'm going to cover them this morning with kind of a broad brush. If there are specific questions or details about something that's not mentioned in today's presentation, we're happy to come back with more information on that if needed. So data centers are digital infrastructure hubs, which enable modern services like internet, cloud storage, streaming, financial transactions, those are the things that we do on our phones, on our computers all day, every day. The pandemic and then the emergence of artificial intelligence or AI did accelerate the growth of data centers and required larger facilities. A few companies do dominate that market, and so that's Amazon, Google, Meta, or Facebook, and then Microsoft. Maybe. Oh, I'm so. Please hold for technological difficulties. Well, data centers. Perfect. There we go. I was like, there's a graphic. I can't just keep talking. Data center campuses are typically located near transmission lines. They do require a lot of power with access to fiber network cables. They include a large area for servers and then industrial cooling systems, backup diesel generators, or different types of generators. The diesel is common. Office spaces, all within a secure perimeter. This information comes from the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission's 2024 Global Data Center Market Comparison. But generally, just wanted to show that data center size, that the Northern Virginia has a significant concentration of data centers. So we do have a significant amount here. And just FYI, data center size is measured using operational capacity given in megawatts of power. The jobs that are around data centers, a majority of them are during the construction of the facility. So you can have up to 1,500 skilled contractors and workers. Once operational, though, the data centers themselves employ up to about 50 workers, of course, depending on the size of that facility. That includes like facilities, engineers, IT, trades, and then security personnel. Data center sites, they are ideally located on large flat sites with access to transmission lines, data center customers, and then population centers. But there has been a shift to more rural areas with the increase in AI workloads. One of the negative impacts of data centers on the nearby properties is noise. And we'll touch on that in a moment, but it's kind of a constant hum. And then, of course, there's generator noise during the monthly testing. And the noise can be difficult to mitigate. When it comes to energy usage, data centers are often located in close proximity to transmission lines, and as they get larger, they use more power. Smaller facilities use about the same amount of energy as 60 commercial office buildings or about 4,500 homes. The larger data centers use more than the average industrial customers, and then the very large facilities are looking at the possibility of consuming well over 1,000 megawatts of power. And this is anticipated to create a demand for updated transmission lines and infrastructure, and it could increase the cost for users just as those things have to be updated. And that is one of the items that the state has been and is looking into for recommendations for updates on that, on the infrastructure around energy for these facilities. One of the concerns data centers is going to be the environmental impacts. They use diesel generators for backup power, which can emit air pollutants, but those are regulated by DEQ, which makes sure that all those are operating appropriately. Generally, they don't have a lot of, within the past few years, there have been very few actual power outages at data centers, but the generators do have monthly testing where they turn them on and they run them. So that can have an impact. Water usage does vary depending on the type of cooling system used for the centers, but most data centers use the same amount of water as an office building would. And then we did talk about the electrical impacts and just that it uses a lot of energy. The impact on neighboring properties, a significant one is noise. In few cases, noise has been significant enough to impact the well-being of nearby residences, and the resolution has been difficult. Noise ordinances are difficult to enforce. And as we know, also in Virginia Beach, it's been difficult to enforce sometimes. The localities can take steps to help mitigate data center noise. We could requiring things like sound studies. Data centers in Virginia Beach, it's not a specifically listed use in our zoning ordinance. We don't have anything called data centers, and it is considered, so it's grouped into a kind of use grouping, wholesaling, warehousing, storage, or distribution establishments. And so that's an industrial use, and it's permitted by right in the industrial districts, and that's the only district where this use would be allowed currently in the city. When we do the zoning ordinance update, this is one of those uses that we will likely add specifically into the use table called out data centers. But as of right now, it is under that existing use, and then it's only allowed in those industrial districts. A lot of the impacts that we see that other localities have seen for data centers, especially around noise, is when they're located in close proximity to residential areas, which is one of the benefits. We're kind of ahead of the curve here because we do consider them an industrial use rather than an office use. And so they are in the industrial districts where you kind of have the expectation of industrial noise and things. But if there are any questions, then I'm happy to, as I said, do some more research on anything specific and have a follow-up.
Then Commissioner Schoonover.
So do we have any applications pending in the city?
I don't believe so, but I can double check.
And we have none existing within the city, is that fair?
We do have one. This is a photo of one currently.
This has not been constructed.
It's under construction.
It's under construction. Mm-hmm. So we have one under construction.
Yes, Corporate Landing. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then I believe there's also one over off of Lynn Haven Parkway.
So in dealing with the one in Corporate Landing, we didn't really have much in the way of zoning tools or in the works at that point. How long ago was that approved, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's still under construction. This photo was taken, I think, 2 days ago. So it has not started to be built yet, but I can get you that date.
You said there's one on Lynn Haven Parkway?
Yes.
Where?
Center Serve. It's within an office park or an industrial kind of office area.
So it must be up near the mall.
Yes.
Okay.
I just have a couple more. So there is one in Lynn Haven and there's one under construction. I just want to make sure I understand what you said.
Right.
Okay. And in addition to the jobs that were mentioned, are there other sources of revenue? My understanding that the revenue driver is rather large for these data centers. Did you have more information about that?
I did not. I can provide more information on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I know Virginia is interested in becoming like a tech hub. And so I think we're going to see a lot of more of this. I'm really curious if we have any sense of how far a facility like this needs to be from housing to avoid these sound issues. Do we have any sense of that?
I did not see a specific number. I will check and see if other municipalities have found a good number that is, rather than just the one they have in the ordinance that finds kind of that balance between, the amount of the size of sites they have versus the number that actually would reduce that number. So I'll see if I can find that.
I think all of my questions are maybe beyond what you might know, but I'm really curious about it. Do we have any sense of how far away a power source can be from one of these facilities in order to function? I mean, could the power source be in like West Virginia and travel that far? I'm asking because I'm curious about, since we do need to have more power sources, if there are ways to maybe, because I know there are discussions about what kind of power source it might be. Do we need more nuclear plants? Are we going to go back to start using coal, et cetera? Clean coal, what have you? Do you have any sense of how far away that electrical source can be? I mean, could we have, dangerous power sources far away from us, or do they have to be nearby? And I don't know if you know that question.
I do not.
Okay.
But I will look into that. And just, as I was writing it down, your noise question, I think that is something that would be dependent on any type of noise reduction that is on site and what type of cooling and system they're using. So I think that's one of the reasons why some municipalities, if they have a conditional use permit or in their ordinance, specifically call for a noise study, so that depending on that site and how it's constructed and how it's used, the type of equipment that's used, they're able to mitigate that specifically. So I don't think there is a number.
I was just curious. I'll ask other people questions because I think all of my questions are things you're not going to know the answers to. But thank you so much.
Commissioner Camp and then Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you for the briefing. When I looked into it, I thought I saw either 4 or 5 data centers here in the city. Global Link's data center over in Corporate Landing, Point One. I don't know how to pronounce it, Telexius, CenterServe, EdgeConnect. Do we have a way to even determine how many are here?
We have, there are 2 in Corporate Landing, that's correct. And then there's the one on Lynn Haven Parkway. I have EdgeConnect as being located in Norfolk. But because it doesn't require a use permit, there's no specific way, and also because it is not a specifically called out use data center, it is grouped into those other uses. There's no easy way to be able to.
And I think that's what I'm getting at. The tools we have at hand right now don't flag them. So in terms of benchmarking this particular type of use, we don't have a crisp data set. Okay. The reason that I had asked for this briefing, which I appreciate we've now received, there were a couple of them. We read every day in the newspaper about other localities in Virginia grappling with this issue. And when I look at the National League of Cities report, it states a common challenge facing local governments is that older zoning codes do not explicitly address data centers, just what we're talking about. And we have one of those older codes. For guidance, the 3 localities in Virginia that have the most data centers have all, in just the last couple years, revised their land use approaches, either adopted zoning ordinances, overlays, other types of tools. Would you care to discuss those with us? What are the trending types of tools that those who are dealing with this have found valuable to employ and add?
A lot of what I saw was related to, as discussed, having a noise study done, and then making sure they are regulated as an industrial use. A lot of municipalities, when they don't have this use called out, group them into, like I said, office uses, and so they end up in districts where their proximity to residential and other types of uses is not necessarily appropriate. So the tool of just considering it an industrial use is one of the major ones, along with that noise study. And then there's also considerations for monitoring water use that happens. And then I saw some state legislation being proposed, hadn't passed, or it was, I think, deferred for the next year, looking at how the state and municipalities are going to handle the increase in energy usage. But I think that's kind of outside of our land use planning's perspective there.
Yes, the state obviously is also dealing with it. You referenced the JLARC study. which has informed some of the legislation we saw this year, specifically in the JLARC studies, since you brought it up. Some of the things that I noticed that Fairfax, Loudoun, Prince William, and other localities have adopted are a minimum setback of 300 feet from residential units to the source of noise, such as cooling equipment or emergency power equipment. You mentioned the sound study as a tool that some have adopted, water studies, and that I think is potentially of interest here, where we're getting our potable water at great expense from Lake Gaston. We're dependent on that. If we have a disproportionate user, then we're constraining a limited resource there. In terms of some of the other things that I don't think we have here, this could be done by right. This could be done, where are we here? By right, by conditional use, or by special exception, correct?
Those are the options for uses, yes.
Right. So here in Virginia Beach, what is the current method among those three?
By right within the industrial districts.
Okay, so it's not a conditional use and it's not a special exception. So what I've seen is Fairfax has, within the by right category, created a set of tiers. Those that involve 40,000 square foot facilities have one set of regulations. If they reach 80,000 square feet, then they have a different set of regulations. So we don't have that tool at the moment that would distinguish based on size.
That's correct, we do not.
All right. In Harrisonburg, they had by right, they've switched to special permitting, and they've required public hearings even for by right in the industrial areas. So that is something we don't see here in Virginia Beach. If it's by right, it's handled administratively, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In Prince William, they have applied a data center overlay zone with its own set of tools, such as noise limits, architectural screening, buffering, setbacks, that kind of thing. In Loudoun County, again, a data center overlay with discretionary review and certain zones nearby, in addition to residential, like transit zones, they found incompatibilities. Where I'm going with this, and this is just Virginia, is that there appear to be a wide array of tools and approaches in the Commonwealth and elsewhere that others have felt compelled to bring forward. And we've seen controversy, great controversy with hundreds of people at these hearings. Do you have recommendations to help us perhaps get ahead of that type of circumstance and consider any of these tools, or to do a study of which tools might be most applicable?
At this time, staff was not been given any direction to update our ordinance in relation to data centers, so I'm unable to make a recommendation for that.
So who would be giving you this direction?
That would come from council, or planning commission. City council, thank you.
So has council been briefed on this emerging issue?
I have not given council a briefing on data centers. I have not had that request.
I guess part of it is, I don't know if they receive in their packet this type of thing that you've already created and provided for the planning commission.
They have not received this. It is, yep.
And as Hannah mentioned, since this isn't a specific use in our zoning ordinance, this is a use that we would envision as we're going through the comprehensive zoning update after we finalize the comprehensive plan. This is something where we want to put time and attention into what does this use look like? Where should they be? What safeguards do we need to put in place? Similar to what we did with battery storage a few years ago when that came forward as an emerging use.
Part of the reason that, and this is my last comment on this for now, is that I see that the whole city council of the city of Hampton is going to tour data centers in anticipation of applications that they're receiving. And I would hate to see our city council compelled to take a last minute approach should something like that happen. We can see across the Commonwealth, as everyone appreciates, that this is a big new emerging issue. And I'm hopeful that among all of the things that we're looking at for the zoning code, this is probably prioritized so that we have more contemporary tools to deal with it.
Definitely, yes.
Yes, absolutely. This is one of those uses, as we've discussed with parking, one of these items that will require a deeper research more than just keeping, having the code being reorganized and then comply with the updated comprehensive plan, but where we'll have specific time dedicated to looking into this one, absolutely.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Hannah, I appreciate it. And I may differ from you on the issue that I think you commented about their need for electricity and water is not really a land use matter. I think it is, because it's going to impact everyone around them. It's going to impact potentially the rates that everyone else is paying. And I think that's something that we have to be mindful of. I also appreciate that it's a warehouse. So a by right and industrial use makes sense to me, but we need to be mindful if we're talking about putting them in other zoning areas with the conditional use permit, that it's like, it's taking the land out of use for anything else. So it's zero community involvement. It's zero connectivity. It's zero anything else. It's just a big block of land that has now been taken out of use for all the neighborhood and everyone else. So again, industrial makes sense to me. It sounds reasonable, and we definitely are going to be needing them, and we're definitely going to be getting applications. But when we studied the battery storage, and I know some of my fellow commissioners went with me up to see one, and I asked the question about what happens if an airplane crashes into it. The answer was sobering. It cannot be put out with water. It's a chemical burn, and depending how much whatever is stored at the time, that's how long the fire will burn, and it could be days, and that puts off toxic fumes. So to say it shouldn't be near residential is kind of an understatement. So I don't know what safety issues there may be with these data centers, but I certainly hope we're addressing those also, not just the noise. I hope we're addressing the utility usage and impact to the community. Thank you.
Commissioner March and then Swinoa.
Thank you for this. I don't think I have any questions about the data centers themselves and land use of it, but I think something that may emerge from the use of data centers might be what Commissioner Schoonover had brought up, and maybe trying to get ahead of what maybe like the SMR, the small modular reactors that are starting to, the talks are getting louder, and I think there's one in the United States that's permitted right now, but as an alternative form of energy to help support the grid as well as some of these data centers. So when we look forward to our zoning ordinance update, I think we need to also consider the alternative forms of energy that may be coming along to support some of these as well.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Yes, another item on the list is to look at more closely is also alternative forms of energy, solar and wind power. And so that is absolutely on our list.
I'm getting the impression, just from quickly looking at this JLEC study that he referenced, and I'm getting the impression that they're interested in probably having statewide recommendations because we're a Dillon Rule state, but it looks like they're encouraging us to create some stopgap measures for our current zoning because there's so many gaps in between, such as, for example, where did I go? Noise ordinances and buffers and setbacks and so forth. How quickly, if we wanted to say, start taking some preventative measures now to avoid a problem for our lack of zoning for this brand new thing, it's not anybody's fault, how quickly would it take, or we would be able to take some kind of action to establish some zoning for these issues that are not yet addressed by the state?
Once we have direction from council, staff could begin to look into, to do that research, and then it becomes a kind of, any ordinance would have to, of course, come to planning commission and then council. There would be briefings involved. So I don't want to give a specific time frame there when it comes to, of course, staffing, prioritization with other amendments that we're currently working on with timelines.
I'm just curious because it sounds like they've given some recommendations which don't seem too dramatic, but I am not an expert, so I don't want to imply that that's actually the case. If we did something as simple as, say, taking their recommendations for, some of the sound and setbacks, et cetera, just at their face value, do you think that would take, say, as much as a year or maybe less? I mean, it's just pure guesswork, I know, on your part. I just don't have a sense of it.
I will say that writing and very simple ordinance and then getting direction from council, having a planning commission and the council, that can be done in a handful of months. Now, that does not include the research, the, going out to any other boards or groups that we may want to make sure that these regulations make sense to. We need to look at all, reach out to stakeholders, and that all takes additional time. In addition to, as mentioned, the other work that ordinance that we're currently working on.
So if in the meantime, a data center comes before us and we recognize some potential problems that we would want to be concerned about now before, potentially flooded with all kinds of data center requests, is there anything that we can do? Because I know you're talking about it's by right and whatnot. Are there any steps that we can take to mitigate problems for the citizens who will be near these facilities?
As far as like safety, there's still review, building looks at them, the fire department will have, make sure that, they're reviewing for compliance with all of our regular safety requirements that we have for a number of uses. But as far as additional setbacks outside of what is currently listed in the industrial districts, there's nothing that we could do today.
Yeah, I don't mean to imply I'm opposed to these. I'm just thinking ahead about, there are some realities to this. I'm glad that you did this presentation, that you requested it. It's very valuable information. I'm really curious about this because I am supportive of Virginia being a tech hub. I think it's a great idea. But yeah, I'm very curious about this. Thank you so much for all of your hard work on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to kind of, clarify that this use is currently, we don't have this as a specified use. So we have not been directed to do to write specific regulations around this use. That doesn't mean that we aren't aware of the concerns there. And I think that we are very aware of them, which is why it is on the list for when we do the ordinance update or the zoning ordinance revision, to include that as part of that revision. So we can put the time into looking at this. We don't want to just bring forward an amendment that has, just 300 foot from any residential and then noise study and call it a day. We would like to make sure that we're providing something that does meet all of the needs and has, all the stakeholders have been looked at.
Commissioner Cromwell and then Commissioner Camp.
What is the source of water for these data centers? Is it public water, or will they drill their wells, or what?
It depends on the site. From what I've seen, some localities prohibit them from using well water. But for us, it would be public water.
And what will be done with the water after it comes out of the heating unit or the cooling unit? Will it go back, is it wastewater? Will it go into public sewer?
It would go back into the city's sewer, yes, to be treated by HRSD or in the treatment facilities.
So it'll be, the citizens will be paying for the wastewater.
The HRSD has, for certain uses, they have permitted facilities where they have to do some treatment on site if it's outside of what HRSD facilities can handle at their treatment facilities. And so I don't know how HRSD handles this specifically. But for certain facilities, like industrial users, where the water does need additional treatment, HRSD does not do that. It has to be handled on site before HRSD takes on that wastewater. But I'm not sure how data centers are specifically treated as far as HRSD or their billing goes.
Okay, could you go back to the first slide on the size of the different data centers? Maybe the second slide? You could go back. There.
That one, okay.
And data center campuses are expected to consume over 1,000 megawatts of power. All right. How big of a generator does it take to supply 1,000 megawatts? How many horsepower?
I don't know.
Google it.
I'm on my AI right now asking.
I mean, I'm judging, it's some mighty big generators.
Yes.
I mean, that's what acoustical sheet metal builds. And I'm curious to know how many generators it takes to run one data center of 1,000 megawatts. What does 1,000 megawatts translate to?
Well, that's the largest, the smallest are.
Okay, well, all right, let's go with the 18 megawatts. How many horsepower is that?
Your Google bro. So, John, with the chair's permission, I want to answer part of your question.
Okay.
So 10 days ago, I attended a continuing legal education that was taught by a professor of AI at a law school, and he addressed data centers and the need for it. It's just exponential. It's crazy. Today's need is nothing compared to what 5 years from now will be. But he said every time a data center goes in, Dominion Power charges them a surcharge. And he said the average data center in Northern Virginia was 300 megawatts, and that Dominion Power charged $1.5 million for every megawatt just as a startup cost. So that would be $450 million for that center as a startup. But that doesn't really address the ongoing need for the electricity, and that's what's going to affect the whole Commonwealth and the other users, the people in their homes and businesses.
The answer to your question is for 18 megawatt data center, a small one, is 24,000 to 26,000 horsepower.
And I looked up the water part because I was really curious too. They pay separate industrial fees, and it depends on how severely the water is, I don't say damaged, but how bad it is, how polluted it is. So they are paying separate amounts, and their water is being judged based on how bad it is.
Well, what makes it bad?
I'm assuming
what
creepy
pollutes?
chemicals.
Huh?
I'm assuming creepy chemicals.
Salts.
Huh?
I recommend we all take a look maybe at the JLARC study.
Yeah.
It's talking about salts.
I've got the link to it.
Oh, can you send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it right now.
So just one quick question to put a button on this as far as the timeline. What I heard referenced was this would be incorporated in the zoning overhaul unless council directs doing something earlier. The budget for the zoning overhaul will be one of the things that council is considering in May, meaning even if they adopted it, the soonest that money would be available would be July 1st. Let's assume that things go forward on a schedule per the planning department's recommendations. When would a new zoning code be ready to be adopted here in Virginia Beach? Ballpark? Is that a 3-year process?
I say 2 to 4 years.
So what I'm hearing is we have this emerging issue across the Commonwealth, and our current strategy is to take 3 years to modernize the way that our land use regulations deal with it, unless council directs otherwise.
I do amendments based on council's direction, yes. That is, staff works at council's direction.
Okay, thank you.
Over it and
Oh no, I was just saying good job.
We got plum.
I appreciate your comments, and I understand there's a limitation on what you're going to be able to put together in a brief presentation. You know, I think everybody looking at the power demand is tied to the timing of all this. We're very smart to try to get some momentum going. I mean, we've already been approving data centers and we've yet to do anything with regards to a study. I'm a little frustrated by that. We've had data mining going on in this city for longer than we've had these quote unquote data centers. So we've had this type of use going on and we've not really explored the secondary impacts of them in a way that would allow us to amend the zoning ordinance with justification and to understand the conditions that we'd like to place on them to minimize secondary impacts. There is a hearing that's going to be held on April 28th before the State Corporation Commission on a very important subject, which is whether or not Dominion is going to be able to continue to use its current approach of approval of these locations, because Dominion has to provide the power. And you can get all the local permitting you want, but just like this battery facility that came up for approval, you may not get online until Dominion says that you're able to get online. My understanding right now is if you put in an application, if you already had an application approved with basic requirements like access to power, you might still be 7 years from final approval by Dominion. So when you come online with a facility of any significance, and some of these are rather small in comparison to what's being proposed, and there are thousands of these being proposed, we're looking at a very long process. So what does that mean for us as a locality? It's two things. We want everybody to be safe, but we also want economic opportunities and not to let them go by, or to be concentrated in Northern Virginia where our people are not having access to this type of business activity if it's appropriate and can be safely done. So I think we're smart to have Hannah provide us information, but I think we need to be putting the message upward to the council that you've already been looking at these, you've already been approving these, we don't have much guidance coming from you, it's time to get guidance. And there's a lot of activity in the state right now on a lot of very important subjects, from water to power, and we're not on top of the issue. We're not on top of the issue of batteries, in my opinion. We're not on top of all this direct current that we're trying to bring online. So anyway, I say that not for your benefit as much as I think we need to be saying it to the folks that we report to, and that they need to get off the stick and start looking at this problem. I mean, the reason what was denied in Chesapeake was not a conditional use permit. It was a rezoning. And it brought out hundreds of people.
Sure did.
To deny the approval of a conversion of a property from agricultural to industrial for the purpose of having a data center. So if you think about it, I could come today with an application with absolutely no purpose saying I want it to be zoned industrial. And now it's.
And you'd have your foot in the door.
That'd be by right. So, what are we doing? It is a very important subject. So anyway, thank you for the presentation.
Can we make a motion or have something, Caitlin, to go before city council?
A letter?
You could do a letter, you could speak to your respective council members. Either way, I think is fine.
I'd love to see a letter, something more formal, because I've spoken with a couple and I didn't get the response I was hoping for from all of them. They didn't seem to share my sense of urgency.
Could we make a motion, I don't know if it's appropriate in informal, but could we formulate a motion where we're recommending the council take action on this subject to advance our current level of knowledge on the subject of secondary impacts of these facilities, so that we're prepared to move forward with some action in the near future? Just something as vague as that, where we're not cornering anyone, but we're trying to push it along, unless somebody thinks of a way to make it more pointed. I think it would be a good thing for them to at least have a hearing on it themselves at our recommendation to consider and to hear this presentation.
I concur that I think a letter to city council telling them that we have had a briefing on this subject and that we found it informative and beneficial, and suggesting gaps in our current regulations compared to those of other localities in Virginia, and that we recommend that they too take this briefing, perhaps with some supplemental materials like the JLARC study provided to them. I think that letter would be informative to council. It's not, we have no power to direct them to do anything, but sharing with them what we just experienced and informing them of what's going on across the Commonwealth, I think is part of our role to keep them alert to the highest priority issues.
Well, Catherine, we are Dillon State, so we're going to start getting promulgations from the centralized government telling us what to do, and so we need legislative updates. We need to understand, this last session was extremely important on this topic, so we need a legislative update. We need this to be a continuing subject until we feel we've reached some level of comfort. So I'm in support of all of this.
Oh, Brent McKenzie, maybe he could give us a report about this issue. He gave a report the other day, but maybe he could talk to us specifically about what this happened. He's the lobbyist for the city about the specific subject. I don't know how quickly the state's going to move on this issue. I don't know if it'll be fast enough, but it's certainly something we should be thinking about.
I don't think we can do a motion in informal, but I think there's a sense of the commission to inform city council of this briefing, recommend perhaps they partake of it with additional materials. Is that fair?
I think the chair can write a letter letting the council know what the discussion was today. I think it's also appropriate if you want to formalize it as a vote from the body, that you can do that in formal session as well if you'd like, but I think your chair has direction to just submit a letter of what happened at today's informal session to city council.
So if we were to make a motion, I guess in the new business session, what might that, without overstepping our bounds, what might that motion roughly sound like?
So if you want a formal motion, I would probably put something on the agenda in the beginning to just have a discussion out in formal session about this topic. So in the beginning, when you're doing your housekeeping stuff, to have a motion to add the topic of a letter, a potential letter to city council regarding data centers to the agenda, and that would be added to the end, and then you could have a discussion on if you want just a general letter like Commissioner Plumley was suggesting, or if there's anything specific that you want included in it, you could give that direction and take a vote approving a letter to be sent by the chair to city council.
Would it be cleaner and more thoughtful if staff were to work with the chair between now and our next meeting and have such a letter for circulation that we could then have as an agenda item?
That's up to the commission.
Rather than trying to rush it and wing it here.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay.
When is the comp plan going before council?
April 21st.
April 21st. I would prefer to vote on today only so that they hear this as a request prior to their full consideration of the comp plan. I feel like this was an issue that should have been discussed during our last 2 years with the hundreds of other issues that we had to deal with. And I wouldn't mind it being a bug in the ear that, because things are getting finalized in the final plan, that at least we've thrown out to them the subject and then take up a more formalized draft at the next meeting so that we can send the recommendation today as a general matter and then make something more formalized next month that comes from staff.
Then someone needs to make a motion to add the agenda item at the end.
Or alternatively, you could each speak to your council representative and let them know of this discussion and let them know that a formalized letter is going to be voted on at the next hearing. Whatever the
That's not a bad recommendation, but I think it's better that they hear from us in the formal, and we make our statements on the record, we ask them to take it up, and then we say formally, we're going to ask staff to draft a motion for our formal consideration at the next hearing, and they hear it all along with the other business as a group that we've considered as a group. So I would think that would be better.
Do we know if this is going to be covered in the plan to go through zoning over the next 2 years to rezone everything? Is this already included in it?
Yeah, it is. That's a
Yes.
I was thinking through this, and I just, I thought so, but I was second guessing my memory. Thank you.
That's 3 years away.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Commissioner Mulch has.
Maybe to make it a little bit cleaner, I think because if we're going to be making a motion in our formal session and then having another motion in our next formal session, it might just be cleaner if we get a letter from the chair to capture the comments, let them know that they can come back to the informal session and review what we've talked about, but also let them know that there might be a little bit of a sense of urgency to try to at least understand data centers a little bit better. And then if we feel as though the concerns have not, been kind of met as much as we need to, then have a formal letter maybe next month. But I feel like it might just be a little bit cleaner to do a letter from the chair. I think it has the same effect.
I think the knee jerk of doing it this right away because we don't have something to submit. Okay, so if he has a letter, if we have a letter as an agenda item next month, because they're not going to do anything until we've got a letter. I just don't see where, I mean, that's just my opinion.
So is the motion to authorize the chair to send a letter, and then the actual letter will be something that we draft and
We don't need
circulate?
a motion for him to send a letter.
As the chair.
I mean,
I'm asking Tori what she was proposing as one of these ways to
Yes,
skin the
because
cat.
I'm getting a lot of
Yes.
different things.
Yes.
What I feel like I'm hearing is that this body feels it appropriate for the chair to reach out to city council in a semi-formalized way, just an email as the chair, letting them know the discussion of this informal session and the direction given to staff to work with him regarding a letter that outlines concerns and requests from this body, and to let them know that that will be placed as a formal agenda item for a vote on the May's hearing. So that there is a formal communication from the chair to city council, letting them know that this discussion happened and that there will be a formal voted on letter that they should be expecting on the topic from the May's hearing. So,
But does that
so one
accommodate?
vote. So just direction that he's just giving council a heads up, but it coming from the chair as opposed to everyone individually to their council members, that there is a letter that will be placed on the agenda that he is working with in this month with staff that outlines the commission's concerns and requests, is what I'm hearing. I mean, again, you guys have the.
Does that accommodate Commissioner Plumlee's issue of timing to essentially make a statement concurrent with the comp plan adoption?
Yeah, and I would just say each of us have the opportunity to ask for motion during our formal hearing. So, if we are feeling that this is an urgent matter, as I do, I would prefer to make a motion in either form where we're saying we're asking the chair to formally let the council know. What I think a motion does is tell the council that there's support and there are numbers behind the support for the letter, even if we don't know truly the full contents of the letter yet. Because I know council members watch this. It's very difficult for me to reach out to council members and get them in a timely way. And so I have to handle things when I'm able to handle things. And so this is, I see this as an opportunity to handle it now, fresh on a presentation to deal with it. So that's my preference. If that's, see that.
Are we making this more complicated than we need to? I mean, couldn't we just send a quick email from the chairman saying, hey, we were talking about this and are concerned that it's urgent, and move it along? I don't have any difficulty communicating with my councilman pretty regularly, and I've not had any issue where I felt like she was not hearing me or in any of those ways. But I think we're making this too hard. Let's send a 2-sentence email saying, hey, from the chairman, we had this discussion, we're concerned that there's potentially some urgency here, we would love some guidance, maybe y'all could look at this and move along.
I differ only in that I don't think we can do enough. I think we have to make a deal out of it. I think that is what we're attempting to do here.
Brian, if you make such a motion, then I'd be willing to second that in the meeting to put it on the table for discussion.
Could we, I mean, we could just write 2 sentences now and vote on that today and move
Agenda
along.
item this time, correct? Has to be added to the agenda. You can't just make a motion.
Would it be under new business?
Yeah.
We could do it under new business out there.
Let's just write it, let's just come up with a
Make a
2-sentence.
Okay, because it's getting,
Vote on that.
We don't have a new business section, do
It's
we?
not on the agenda, but I believe it's in
New
your
business?
policies and procedures document.
I've never heard you announce.
No, but I think it's in our policies and
I mean, if we can't do a
procedures.
motion, we can't do a motion, but if we can, I'd like
You
to.
can, dear council, would you please look into this zoning issue? Thank you. Planning Commission. Let's vote on that.
So it sounds like we'll do a motion during formal.
decide and let's do it.
Sounds good. In the meantime, let's come up with 2 sentences and make this easy.
You gonna do that at the beginning?
Have to do the motion to add it to the agenda, and then if you add it to the end of the agenda.
Boom. So there you are, Brian.
Thank you. And I will make it very quick.
Because we dragging, we making this more difficult than it
Oh my
needs to be.
goodness. That's why you wear that.
And just to be clear, Caitlin, as it stands now, data centers are permitted as long as there is an industrial zoning, as it stands at present day.
All right.
No consideration for the other special needs of it,
It's just a blanket permit as long as it's industrial.
which is why we don't even know how many we
All right.
have.
That's why I had to go back and look at the Chesapeake denial, I was searching for it, because I wanted to see the grounds. It was not a conditional use permit, it was simply the rezone of an ag site, meaning if it had been rezoned,
Another conversation.
that's it.
By right. And well, that's not good.
Concern about pollution and noise.
I mean, there's enough industrial sites in the city that can be used.
Commissioner Fleming. Sorry. If we feel like we've gotten to a point of where we're okay to move on, I wanted to bring something up if we're doing council, liaison reports and such.
It's 11:20.
Yes.
It is 11:21.
Okay. It's important though, it's very important.
We were droning on too long.
Right. So, as we've seen with through the state, there's a cannabis bill that's being moved forward. I'm not a liaison from Planning Commission, but I do sit on the Cannabis Advisory Task Force. And something that's going to be very important for us is where the cannabis industry is going to be able to be located. And since the governor has up until the 13th in order to sign the legislation, if not, it goes into effect. And right now, retail cannabis, as it stands, would be open January 1. Cultivation would, yes, 2027. And cultivation would start applications in August, the beginning of August, that accept applications. So land use decisions on where this is going to be is going to be coming in front of us. So if you have the opportunity to take a look at that cannabis legislation, because it's brand new, it's going to be a brand new ordinance that we're going to have to put forward in a very short period of time, not due to the desire of wanting to do it fast, just because it's going to be on top of us before we know it. So I just wanted that to be in everybody's mind. The Cannabis Advisory Task Force has come up with some recommendations. What is today? The 13th, the Cannabis Advisory Task Force, I believe Hannah Sabo is going to be there to talk about zoning. She was there last month to talk about zoning, but it's going to be a little bit more refined and kind of some options in order for council to consider, which this body would be considering those similar options. So if you have the time on the 13th and you would like to attend, please let me know, because it is at 3 o'clock on Monday, and that's going to be at the Economic Development in Town Center. That's floor number, anyways, 7. I think I can get that information out to everybody if needed. But if there is a desire, we'll have to have it publicly noticed for planning commissioners to be there, more than 2. So
We'll just notice it today.
we'll notice it today. Wonderful. Okay. But just think about it, because it's gonna be a hot button issue, and it's gonna need to move probably a little bit faster than everybody would like it to be. But we'll have an opportunity to refine it in the future. But we're gonna need to put something on the book. So thank you.
It's been delayed because of the previous government.
Don't hit the gavel. If the commissioners would so desire, I'm happy to open my home at the Westin up for informal social with staff as well as commissioners for Why Not Wednesday in either June, July, or August.
Let's do July.
July?
Let's do every one of those months.
You said June, July, and August?
Yeah, let's party.
Yeah.
Let's party.
Mark your calendars, everyone. After the July meeting, we'll do it Why Not Wednesday, and let's hope that it doesn't rain. We'll have August as a backup.
Perfect. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned. Welcome. I would like to call to order the April 8th Planning Commission public hearing. My name is John Costin, and I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Commissioner Anderson will not be in attendance today. Before we get started, I've asked Commissioner March to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will introduce the planning commissioners, beginning with the city attorney, followed by the planning administrator, Mrs. Caitlin Alcock, who will introduce members of staff.
Tori Eisenberg, Deputy City Attorney.
Michael Motch, I have the pleasure of serving the city as the at-large representative.
Walter Camp, representing Kempsville, District 1.
John Cromwell, Pungo and Blackwater, District 2.
Catherine Byler, District 4, which includes Virginia Beach, beautiful town center, and Burton Station, and all the area up to the Norfolk border.
John Costin, District 9.
Holly Cuellar, District 8.
Catherine Schoonover, District 5.
Brian Plumley, I represent beautiful District 6 from historic SeaTac to the north end of Virginia Beach.
Susan Hippen, District 7, straight out of Centerville with Glenwood and College Park.
Nina Morjani, District 10.
Caitlin Alcock, Planning Administrator. Clerking to my left, we have Briatney Harrison and Grace Smith. In the audience, we have Deputy Planning Director Carrie Buchholz, Zoning Administrator Hannah Sabo, Marshall Coleman, Hank Morrison. We have Aubrey Chabilcock, Lane Harrington, Kara McLean, with IT support, Troy DeLawrence and Rachel Levere.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please describe the rules and orders of business for today's meeting?
Yes, Chair Costin. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the commission with respect and civility. We request that cell phones be put on silence during this meeting. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairperson will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. When an agenda item has been called, we will recognize the applicant or the representative first. Following the applicant or the representative, in-person speakers will be called next, and then the speakers participating via WebEx. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak per item, unless they are solely representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they'll have 10 minutes per item. If a speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, we will move on to the next speaker or the next order of business. After all speakers, the applicant may return to the podium to offer a rebuttal and answer questions of the commission. Please note that the actions taken by the commission today are in the form of a recommendation to Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you've been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next order of business is the consideration of requests to withdraw or defer an item. Are there any items to be withdrawn?
Good afternoon, Chair Costin, Planning Commission. My name is Josh Moda. I'm with Rayma TC LLC. Speaking about application number 7 for the rezoning on Cleveland Street, we'd like to request an indefinite deferral while we work through some remaining details.
Thank you. Well, we hear nothing for withdrawal, so we're moving on to deferrals.
Mr. Chair, if I may address one other issue, and I'm not sure now is the appropriate time, but I'd like to make a motion to add an agenda item for our consideration. And if this is the appropriate time, I can make it now, or I can wait until after withdrawals are heard. What is your preference?
After withdrawal.
Yes, sir.
Next item for consideration is deferrals. We've already had one. Are there any other items to be deferred?
Mr. Chair, there's been a request for item number 7 to be deferred. Is that the indefinite deferral?
Yes.
That's the indefinite, and I move to defer item 7 indefinitely at the request of the applicant.
Also, item 17.
Does anyone object to these items being deferred? Items 9 and 17 for 30 days and item 7 indefinitely.
Mr. Commissioner, I believe we had another item that was asked to be deferred as well. I think it's item number 9. If we could add that.
Right. So I'll add to my motion item 9 and item 17 for 30-day deferrals, along with the indefinite deferral for item number 7. I think those are the 3 up for deferral. That is my motion.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Hippen that items 9 and 17 be deferred for 30 days and item 7 be deferred indefinitely. Is there anyone abstaining from these items? Hearing none, we'll ask the clerk if she will open the vote.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 10-0, items 9 and 17 have been recommended for 30-day deferral, and item 7 has been recommended for indefinite deferral.
Thank you. Commissioner Plumlee, if you would now like to.
Mr. Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I would like to make a motion to add to today's agenda under new business at the end of today's hearings the subject of the proliferation of data centers in Virginia and secondary impacts resulting from their proliferation, and related to coincide with the presentation of the zoning administrator made this morning.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Camp that we add another item to the agenda.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 10-0, the motion to amend the agenda has been approved.
Thank you. The next order of business is our consent agenda. I'm going to turn that over to our vice chair to run that portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair Costin. Today we have 8 items on the consent agenda. These are applications that are recommended for approval by the staff of the Planning Commission, and there are no speakers signed up in opposition. The first item for consideration today are several set of Planning Commission minutes, and I've asked Commissioner Camp to read these into the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This portion of the consent agenda consists of a motion to approve draft minutes as amended by the Commission for 3 Planning Commission meetings, specifically the informal hearings held on March 11th, 2026, with Commissioner Hippen abstaining, the formal hearings held on March 11th, 2026, with all commissioners present, and the site visits held on April 2nd, 2026, with Vice Chair Byler and Commissioners Cromwell and Plumlee abstaining because they did not attend. That completes this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Camp. The next item on our agenda is item 1. I have asked Zoning Administrator Hannah Sabo to read this into the record.
Good afternoon, Hannah Sabo, Zoning Administrator. The first item is to add the use cemeteries, columbariums, crematories, and mausoleums to the industrial districts as a conditional use. The uses are currently permitted in both agricultural districts, most residential districts, and the preservation district with a conditional use permit. Staff received an inquiry for a crematory in an industrial district, which was the reason that we went forward with this amendment. Section 229 currently requires the approval from the State Department of Health, and that will continue to apply for all of these uses. Staff does recommend approval of this item.
Thank you, Ms. Sabo. Agenda item 2. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item?
Excuse me, Vice Chair, we had a speaker sign up, so that will need to be pulled from consent.
Okay. Can you say that again? Apparently, there has been a speaker signed up in opposition to this, so this matter will be removed from the consent agenda and will be heard later in today's meeting. The next item is item number 3. Is there a representative here today to speak on this?
Yes, my name is Pak Liu. I'm the developer of this particular location, and then with me are my colleagues Joseph Levitich and Robin Ersfeld. And we're all joining electronically. I'm so sorry we cannot be there in person.
Thank you for joining us. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Cuellar to read this into the record.
Number 3.
I think I have this one.
Plumlee.
I'm sorry.
It's Commissioner Plumlee for his district.
Oh, excuse me.
It's okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is an application by 7B VA LLC and property owner R. Dawson Taylor LLC for variance to section 4.4B of the subdivision regulations for lot area. This is to accommodate the construction of a 7 Brew coffee shop at this location. There was no objection by the public. There was a recommendation from approval by our excellent staff, and therefore the Planning Commission has placed this on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Plumley. The next item is item 5. Is there a representative here today to speak on this? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair Byler, Chairman Costa, and members of the commission. For the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing Cavalier Advisors, LLC, and Joseph and Christy Sullivan on this street closure application. All 4 of the conditions are acceptable, and appreciate Aubrey's work on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Burdon. Please have a seat. I have asked Commissioner Plumley to read this into the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The applicants are Advisors LLC and Joseph L. and Christy A. Sullivan. The location, approximate locations 4502 and 4504 Myrtle Avenue. This is a request to close an unapproved right-of-way in that location, and it's been approved by city staff, and there is no objection by the public. The Planning Commission has placed it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Plumley. The next item is item number 12. Is there a representative here today to speak on this? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Reagan Knudsen.
Thank you for being with us today. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
I have asked Commissioner Cuellar to read this into the record.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. The applicant, Reagan Kunsim, is requesting a conditional use permit for a home-based wildlife rehabilitation facility. The facility will be in one room of the existing 975 square foot single dwelling on a R7.5 residentially zoned parcel. Specifically, the applicant is proposing to rehabilitate orphan juvenile turtles, non-venomous reptiles, and small animals within a designated 130 square foot portion of the home. There's been no public opposition and approval from the planning staff. Therefore, we're recommending this to go on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Cuellar. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Okay, then the next item is agenda item 14. Is there a representative here today to speak on this? Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Estrella Varela. I'm representing Jason Scott Trombley.
Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I've asked Commissioner Schoonover to read it into the record.
The applicant, Jason Trombley, is seeking a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 213 16th Street. This is a reasonable request, and hearing no objection, this application is in place on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Schoonover. The next item is item number 15. Is there a representative here to speak on this? Good afternoon, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Grace. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I've asked Commissioner Plumley to read it into the record.
This is an application by Mid-Atlantic Property Holdings, LLC, for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 101. The conditions of our zoning ordinance have been met. It's received a recommendation for approval by planning staff. Therefore, the Planning Commission, since there was not an objection from the public, has placed it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Plumley. And the last item on the consent agenda is item 16. Is there a representative here today to speak on this? Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Nancy Rodeo Davis.
And are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please be seated. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Plumley to read it into the record.
This is an application by Glenn Davis and Nancy Radio Davis for approval of a conditional use permit for short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 205. The application having met the conditions of our zoning ordinance and overlay, there has been approval for recommendation of approval by our staff, and therefore it was placed without objection on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Plumley. Chair Costin, that was the last item on the consent agenda. The Planning Commission places the following applications on the consent agenda. Items 1, 3, 5, 12, 14, 15, and 16, and the minutes.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve by consent as read by the Vice Chair?
So moved.
I move that these items be approved by all consent, and I second Commissioner Hippen's motion.
I just want to note my one abstention with regards to the site visit minutes. Otherwise, I'll vote.
The motion for approval was made by, who was it? Commissioner Hippen, and seconded by Commissioner Byler. Are we ready for the question?
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 10-0 with all aforementioned abstentions, all aforementioned minutes and items 1, 3, 5, 12, 14, 15, and 16 have been recommended for approval by consent.
Thank you. If you had an application that was on the consent agenda, your request will now be scheduled for an upcoming City Council meeting. Staff will contact you about the date. For those applicants on the consent agenda, thank you for your participation, and you may remain in the meeting either virtually or in person, or you're free to leave. Thank you. The next order of business is the regular agenda. The regular agenda will proceed as follows. The applicant will be given up to 10 minutes to present their item. We will then hear from speakers in support and opposition. The applicant may then return to the podium for up to 3 minutes for rebuttal, and then answers any questions from the commission. Madam Clerk, we're ready for the first item.
Our first item is item 2, Lighthouse Development LLC.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, again, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing Lighthouse Development LLC. Jonathan Spate, the principal of Lighthouse Development LLC, who will be doing this redevelopment, is with us today. I know this item is on the consent agenda, so I will be brief, as I know Mr. Beagle has signed up to speak because he's concerned about drainage in general in this part of the city, and who owns a multifamily development further south on Ash Avenue. The property involved, as you all heard, and Aubrey did an excellent job in describing the situation this morning in the informal. There are a total of 6 pieces of property involved with this, 5 of which are platted lots in Thalia. Another 15-foot wide parcel was created by deed back in the 50s when it was supposed to have been done by plat. And if it were done correctly back then, which it probably could have been, then we wouldn't be here. And what we're doing by spreading that 15 feet, 3 feet each onto all of the 5 lots that'll be developed, all 5 that could be developed today as a matter of right, only makes the non-conforming nature of those lots less non-conforming, which we have a code section that deals with this directly, but it speaks to existing legally created lots being re-subdivided to make lots more in keeping with our requirements. So that's why we're here. We're not increasing density or what have you. The one thing I would point out that wasn't pointed out this morning is that the other 20 feet of this 35-foot lot that was done illegally by deed many decades ago has been added to the property to the north. It will have to come in at some point and be re-subdivided, but all that will happen there is it'll make that corner lot far more conforming to code today. So it's this combination, which was totally fortuitous by what happened, decades ago, makes both properties, when they redevelop, better than what is the predominant redevelopment in this area. And the redevelopment in this area is something that's it's excellent. We need housing. It's more affordable housing. I won't say it's all affordable housing. There are nice houses involved, but it's certainly a plus as far as the city's concerned. All the conditions as recommended by staff are acceptable to us. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
There are 2 speakers signed up to speak on this item. They're both in person. The first speaker is Stephen Donini, followed by Ashley Donini. Excuse me, sorry, I misspoke. Our first speaker is Wayne Beagle, followed by Shirley Williams.
Hi, I'm Wayne Beagle, and I'm a property owner just a couple doors down from what y'all are considering. This is Miss Williams. She lives 1 building down from what y'all are considering. Audrey, do we have the pictures, or can we get them to pull them up?
Is that possible to use the supplemental items?
Sir, we can't pull those up, but they have been provided to the commission.
Okay, then you've got them good. We're not opposed to the builders being able to do whatever subdivision, whatever he's going to build, it's going to improve the neighborhood. The problem is he is only going to add to that, the pictures that you have. I've owned my property for 22 years, probably have been flooded out. The city uses my property and her property as a temporary BMP whenever we get an inch or 2 of rain in a quick period. The pictures you're seeing were from September 16th of last year. I think we actually got 3.94 inches of rain over a 24-hour period. This area will flood if you get 2 inches of rain in half a day. My building has been wet 8-9 times in the last 12 years. I mean, flooded out, replacing carpet, reimbursing tenants for their furniture that's ruined, putting them in hotels. And it's very stressful on them because I have an older property that's probably one of the more affordable properties in the area. I've never had a problem getting tenants, but on occasion, and when my building doesn't flood, that's probably anytime we get a decent rain, my yard fills up. These people have to walk from their cars up to their ankles or their knees in water to get to their house. And we just want, I have been in touch with Jim Wood, who was the council person before Ms. Hammond, who is here, that we finally got out to the property Saturday. I think she's going to speak. She's appalled that the city has not fixed this issue. Ms. Williams, since 1987, she's got a picture of her daughter when she was 3, up to her knees on a sled on water. She's what, 35, 36 years old now?
28.
And part of it is because this area is somewhat, we're not the North End, we're not Chicks Beach, we're not Great Neck. I have watched through the years, all of them. The North End got a pump station. Chicks Beach got a pump station. All of these other areas have been fixed. And I know there was a big issue with, Windsor Woods? That the city, and there were a lot more people involved than us. And we're not the only ones. Everyone down this, where this stuff sheet flows, after it's filled up our lots and properties, your house has been wet every time mine gets wet. Yeah. The only condition we would ask is when the city fixes this issue, we would like or request it to be a condition of you guys approving this, because all they're going to do is add more water to a system that the city, I've got letters from Mr. Is it Hanson? That's head of Public Works. I know the guys were friends. They send the trucks out. The pump truck was out there on September 16th. Great, I'm here, but where do I pump it to? Where it goes out is probably a half mile to Thalia Creek. And the system's great. I got an 18-inch pipe. It ties into a 24-inch drain pipe. And then the last 100 feet is a 12-inch pipe that lets it out to the creek. It's like a funnel. And the public works,
excuse me,
we
sir.
don't have the money to do that.
Excuse me, sir. Your time
And
is, excuse me, sir.
as long as it's a,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Your time has expired. Could you wait there for a minute for questions?
Well, I'm taking Miss Williams' time too. She just pretty much would want to say what I did.
Some of the commissioners may want to ask you questions. Could you just hold right there?
Sure, sure, absolutely.
Commissioner Plumley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Beagle, you say you have a multi-unit property?
I have a 6-unit building there that is 50 feet by 70 feet.
And when was that structure built?
I think 202 or 203.
And Ms. Williams has had her issues since prior to that 2002.
87.
Right.
Been there since 87.
Did you have an engineer study your parcel when you were building a multi-unit structure at that location?
We had it surveyed, and I never found out about the flooding thing. I knew from the seller that the tenants, before I bought it, said, hey, this stuff floods on occasion. And it wasn't until 206 that I happened to be there raining, and I've got 2 catch basins in my side yard. I don't know if you see them on the picture or not. The water comes out of them.
It backs up.
Backs up because of the 12-inch at the end of it.
Right.
And there's been so much new construction that is only adding to what the city has not fixed, and Public Works cannot keep. You can't make.
I got another question. Have you had your own engineer take a look at where what some of the solutions could be, or have you contacted Seth Edwards at Public Utilities to talk through potential solutions there specifically?
I can submit this to you. I've got letters from them. The system is inadequate from Mr. Hanson. I've dealt with Mike Monday, 206. I went down there and met with them, and they say, yep, we don't have any money. We can't fix it, but we will let Public Works know to make sure it's kept clean. There's another one. I can't think of his name. He's been on it for 2 years. I've gone through 4 city people, and it's up to council to fix it. They all agree. I don't need an engineer to back up the 5 engineers for the city that already say they know it doesn't work, because they've seen the pictures. They time it now. They keep track of how much rain we get in a certain period. They're trying to figure out, well, we'll send the pump truck out with nowhere to pump, if we get so much rain in a certain period.
Well, if you're looking at continued flooding and whether or not this project goes through, there's continued flooding. So I do encourage you to push the city as much as you can to remedy that issue. Obviously, it was going on before you were allowed to build your structure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it didn't start flooding.
Excuse me, sir, can you,
Condos were built across from us.
Is she talking?
can you just speak into the mic, please?
Yes, my bad. And my wife says I need a hearing aid, so you'll have to forgive me.
Commissioner Byler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Beagle. Thank you for being
Miss
here.
Byler, how are you?
Good to see you. I really sympathize with everything you've shared today, and this is my district, District 4, and I'm very interested to hear what Councilmember Dr. Amelia Ross Hammond might add to the situation. But my problem with this application is that there is already by right to build on those lots. So this application would make each one of those lots a little bit larger. It doesn't add any new rights. It just makes a bad situation a tiny bit better, but it does not deal with the drainage issue at all. So I'm wondering how I can address your concerns and not recommend approval of this application.
Yeah, and I said at the very beginning, we don't have a problem. I've developed properties myself. I've been a builder with them getting less lots than they got because they're making them better. But if you do the calculations on the square foot of what water is being shed now and what will be shed because of additional driveways and square footage, this is not an equal thing. They're going to add water to a situation that has flooded for years. And I don't know why you would not approve it subject to the drainage issue being solved. Because they're going to add to my and her depth of water.
Well, I understand that any construction on there will add to the drainage problem, for sure. But I don't see how making the lots larger is not a good thing.
Can you say that again?
I think I've answered my own question, but thank you.
Any further questions?
Again, we don't have a problem with what they're asking being approved. Just make it conditional on a situation they're just adding more to being fixed. When I was a developer back in the 80s and 90s, engineering wouldn't approve them unless you had drainage. And if you didn't have it, you had to put it in yourself. We spent tens of thousands of dollars running drain pipes down streets.
Excuse me, sir.
To make sure we had the drainage.
Excuse me, sir. Got one more question. Commissioner Camp.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming up and talking with us today.
Sure.
My question is, do you understand that the applicant, if they were denied today, could still go ahead and build out 5 of those lots, whether we approve this or not?
Yeah, we understand that.
Okay. Hang on a sec, sir.
Yeah, administratively, they could do that.
Hang on a sec. So they can go ahead and do 5 regardless of what we do today. If we approve this today, they can still only do 5. We're not giving them anything additional if we grant this other than a couple more feet on each of the lots. They can't build any more or less buildings regardless. Do you follow that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure that you get that because your point is taken about a flooding problem in that area. But as I see it, the topic before us today, we can't do anything about that problem from my perspective. Whether we approve it or don't approve it, it's not going to change the issue, which is a real issue for you all. I get that. Thank you.
Well, the only thing I would say is that if they go ahead and build what they can build without you guys approving this, it's got to go through engineering, and we'll be over in engineering letting them know the situation. So that's why we're in favor of it, except for whether they do what they can do or do what they've proposed to you. It's going to add water to a situation that does not work. And we're asking you to make it a condition. Let them be in the same boat we are.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Commissioner Schoonover.
We've been in it. She's been in it for over 30. I've been in it for 22. Welcome aboard.
She may not have wanted you to build yours either.
I just want to make a quick comment more than a question. I think it's really good that you brought this to the public's attention today and that you were going to bring attention to this issue for the city to look at. I think I just want to make sure that you understand Walter isn't telling you that they can already do this and we kind of can't stop it. But I just want to thank you for bringing this to everybody's attention.
We'll be at the city council here, and I don't think half of them know about it. Miss Williams, we got her out here Saturday, and she's on council. And like I said, Mr. Wood, I banged on him for 10 years. And he just, well, that's not a priority in Virginia Beach right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time. Sorry I overdid it.
Councilmember Ross Hammond is here, would like to come speak.
I think Miss Williams wants to say something.
Sorry.
That's all it is.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, because a lot of people know me as a walk or talk person. I will go out into the community to actually see something, and he has been writing, I wanted to see that for myself. And I was really appalled of what they go through. And from him, I went across to talk to some more community members of the residents, and they all feel the same way. So at least I understand with what you're saying, the person, the developer can build. But what we need to do, and that would be part of my charge now, is to bring awareness to the rest of the council, as well as our engineers and so forth, of the dire situation. Because like he mentioned, for Winston, Oaks, and all those area, things are being done. But we're not aware how bad it is over there. And you can see the smaller pipe and where it leans, and the more houses that are going up off on South Thalia and along there, they're steeps. So they have a big problem with that water. So if we can ask the developer, who I know, to at least understand that part, that you cannot do anything one way or the other for the situation. Am I right? Yes. But at least me being aware, coming to listen to what the whole story is, I can talk with my colleagues to say this area really needs some attention. And I thank you for giving me the chance to come up and speak, and I'm so proud that I have District 4, and this is part of District 4, Commissioner Byler here to represent us. Thank you. You have any questions or?
Yes.
Yes.
How are you this afternoon, Councilwoman? Very nice to see you today. Thank you for coming down
Yes, it's a
to spend some
beautiful
time
day.
with us. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
The issue of flooding and resiliency in our community is one of the very top list of issues that we have throughout. I've had the questions throughout my time serving on the Planning Commission.
Mm-hmm.
It is my understanding the goal of every approval of every plan is that there be a zero net result of drainage onto any adjoining lot. That's been the goal of our zoning ordinance and the people that enforce it, and our stormwater ordinance for decades.
Right.
Okay, so clearly it's not necessarily working that way, okay? Because we know the construction still causes there to be runoff. And we have in our state the common enemy doctrine, which means you do your best to keep the water off your lot to the greatest degree possible. So we can really only ask the city leaders to help us deal with these issues. And there is some frustration bubbling up among folks. So I just wanted to thank you for coming here to hear this issue and to follow up with your constituents to see us in action trying to grapple with these things. And I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome. And thank all of you for what you do to help us.
Vice Chair.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Amelia Ross Hammond. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. So this application, in my mind, is a good one because it makes a bad situation a little less bad. However, when it's developed, in my mind, not being an engineer, it's going to cause water runoff. I don't see any retention plans or anything like that. But again, I'm not an engineer, and the site plans will have to be reviewed and before a building permit can be issued. So at that time, I don't know what requirements there may be to help alleviate a really bad situation, again, to make it a little less bad. But I do appreciate your coming today. I'm not sure what I can do about it, but if there is anything I can do, please let me know. I am concerned about it. And it's a shame that it's in our beautiful District 4.
Yes, and he has beautiful buildings. I walked along and the tenants, but the cost, every time it floods, sometimes he loses a couple of his tenants because all inside. And you can imagine if you were an owner of renters, after a while, you need to put out a can to collect money for how much damage it does. But you know about the squeaky wheel.
Right,
and this is where we are, being that squeaky wheel, so that they will be heard.
There are so many good parts of this application, but it's still not good. One of the really good parts, I will say, Mr. Beagle went to Bayside High School the same time I did. So there's a lot of District 4 people who stayed in District 4. We're trying to make it better all the time, and thank you for your part in that.
Okay, thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Commissioner Camp.
Dr. Ross Hammond, thank you again also for being with us today. I just wanted to assure you and the others who spoke and the audience in general that this commission is very concerned with stormwater. Unfortunately, the application before us today has a small scrap of unbuildable land next to 5 buildable lots. And what we're being asked to do is to give permission to divide that unbuildable scrap among the other 5. That doesn't give us the tools to solve the flooding problem. But please understand, it doesn't mean we're unconcerned with flooding. We're very concerned with that. It's just that the matter before us today doesn't afford us a way to offer relief or a solution for those who are living in that area.
Thank you, but hearing you all talk about it, knowing your concern helps motivate me to help them find some solution. White men being paid what they have to. So thank you.
Mr. Bourdon, you have 3 minutes.
Jonathan Spate is also here. He's heard all of this. He can't solve the problem. I think the dialogue has been extremely good, but the situation is one that's been created historically, and this situation isn't going to be able to solve it. He can build the 5 houses on the 5 lots. He's just making the situation better. So again, we appreciate it. Certainly, Jonathan, and the engineering and what's required now is substantially more detailed and accurate than when Mr. Beagle developed his property and many other properties that he developed in the 80s and 90s that I had hand in, as well as my partner, Mr. Sykes, did. So we're doing a lot more today, and that doesn't mean that we're doing necessarily enough with something that's coming in. But with this situation, Jonathan doesn't want to create a problem for his own residents or anybody else on the street. Thank you.
I do have one additional question, but I wanted to ask it while Mr. Bourdon was there of our staff, just to make sure everybody understands. We do have within the plan approval process a net zero runoff policy for all plans that are submitted. Is that a fair characterization? I want to make sure I'm getting that right, even for residential construction.
Right, so they have to meet our stormwater regulations, and you're not allowed to increase the flooding levels. So there will still be runoff from the property, but it has to be done in a controlled fashion to where any flooded system or flooded scenario cannot be made worse.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate everything I've heard, and I know one of the things we have to look at when we decide these land use matters is tax base and how the neighbors feel about it, and a lot of other things, including the comprehensive plan. And it seems to me that while there is a significant water resiliency issue there, this is a good application, and I make a motion that we recommend approval.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Vice Chair Byler and seconded by Commissioner Cuellar that this item be approved.
I would like to speak on it briefly, just that I would ask, since we know we're being watched by council right now, that the tax base is an important point that Commissioner Byler raises, that if we can increase the tax revenue, perhaps we can begin to consider seriously a CIP application for this problem at this site and begin to address it, because we know we need further development of these sites. We need new construction. We need more units. We might as well address the infrastructure sooner rather than later. Thank you.
And I would also like to add that having Councilwoman Dr. Ross Hammond here, I am sure that this will get the attention that it deserves. So thank you, Councilwoman, for being here.
Thank you for your service.
Commissioner March.
I'd like to thank Mr. Beagle and Ms. Williams for coming up and speaking, although the intended outcome of what you're hoping for may not be the actually intended outcome that you were hoping for. I do think that what you did by coming up here and addressing an issue that's kind of outside of our control and raising that concern, especially having Dr. Amelia Ross Hammond here with us, will maybe expedite the process on trying to mitigate the flooding issues that are in your neighborhood. And hopefully this can work its way up to Public Works, and our city council will be able to fund a project to be able to help it. So I don't think that your efforts have gone without hopefully something happening in the future, and you may have sped up the process by doing so. So thank you for coming.
Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 10-0, item 2, Lighthouse Development LLC has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 4, Richard P. and Helene D. Shorter.
Thank you. Thanks to the commission for that last item. Again, for the record, Eddie Bourdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing Richard and Helene Schroeder on this street closure, alley closure, half an alley closure in Croatan. I think that the dialogue with staff this morning and the informal was very helpful. I'll simply add that it's been the City Council's policy since 1990 to close these unimproved paper alleys that were on the original plats of Croatan going back into the late 30s. The Schroeder's application is standard application, done probably more than 100 of them by now, and there's nothing really unique or unusual about it. As you all are aware, the law in Virginia is very clear that the underlying fee title to a street, public right-of-way, runs unless reserved, which is not the case since the late 50s in Virginia Beach. You can't reserve the fee, but that does come up occasionally, but not in Croatan. The city does own the underlying fee. The owner of the adjoining property owns the underlying fee to the middle of the street, and the same is true for both sides of this alley, and that's what the law is. So if it's closed, that only people who can acquire it are the adjacent property owners to the middle of the street. The opposition, you may recall last month I represented Julia Keller. She owned the property next to the opposition, and she, with my counsel over many months, went and acquired the underlying fee from the resident on the east side of the alley, living on Vanderbilt, and closed the entire alley. Ms. Donini, at Ms. Keller's request or referral, called me early in March. I advised her that I was representing the Schroeders, who had contacted me last fall about closing the alley behind their property, and then got back to me at the beginning of January, and we filed an application which I advised her. And I also explained to her just what I had explained to you in even greater detail. And in the course of that conversation, I assumed that she must not have had an attorney to represent her when she bought the property. She bought a 50 by 100 foot, or she and her husband bought a 50 by 100 foot deep lot, and apparently that lot had improvements beyond the 100 foot eastern boundary of the property, and apparently been there for quite some time. And I was a little surprised to find out that apparently that wasn't the case. She had an attorney represent her. Now, I don't recall precisely who that was, so I'm not going to name names, but the reality of this is that they were not represented appropriately. They should have had every bit of information about the fact that their lot did not include the alley. And all the 11th hour noise doesn't change anything other than, maybe there's a malpractice case out there somewhere. And that's kind of what I told her at that point in time. So the application is exactly the same thing that's been approved literally 100 times. And it's nothing that anything can be done. She can't adversely possess against the city of Virginia Beach. That's the law. So we can be sympathetic, but either she wasn't well advised, or they weren't well advised, or they knew and chose. They did build something without a permit. We know that much, and that's why the city cited them. So the conditions as recommended are all acceptable. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers for this item?
We have 2 speakers for this item. Our first speaker is Stephen Donini.
Council members.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Stephen Donini.
No, we're not council members. We're planning commission.
Planning Commission. Thank you. I'd like to briefly address what I believe is most important here. At its core, this situation comes down to fairness and the history of how this land has actually been used. We have documentation of conversations that they were fully aware of and supported access to their property to perform the thousands of dollars of work that they are attempting to take from us today. At the time, though a direct conversation my wife had with Mr. Bardone We learned that they had already explored purchasing this property before we ever bought our home in 2024. So the timeline matters. They knew about the land, they considered acting on it, and they chose not to. Then they granted us access to their property to allow us to invest thousands of dollars removing dead trees, large stumps, and improving that exact portion of land. Only after that, they are now attempting to claim it. This is not a misunderstanding. We believe that this sequence of deliberate choices, and so does our surrounding community of neighbors. And respectfully, allowing that sequence to result in them gaining half of this land would not be equitable. I also want to address something up front so it doesn't become a distraction. There is a gazebo in that portion of property. I installed it believing, based on the survey, the fence line, and decades of use, that this was part of our yard. I was not aware of these zoning requirements. We are already working with council to bring everything into full compliance, and if that results in taking down the gazebo, that is exactly what we will do. We are not asking for anything for free. We are fully prepared to purchase both portions of the vacated paper street from the city. We simply believe it should be awarded to the property that has historically used it, maintained it, and invested in it, the way it is now for the last 36 years. And finally, historically, when these paper streets have been vacated, they have been approved in a way that reflects how the land has actually been used. In this case, a 50-50 split would do the exact opposite. A split might seem fair on paper, but it is only fair if both parties used the land, maintained the land, and shared in the investment. That did not happen here. You cannot allow somebody to stand by, give permission, say nothing while another family invests time, labor, and thousands of dollars into land, and then come back a year later to claim it. Even if you disregard the money spent in the paper street, this is wrong. And I trust this council to make a decision based on what is right. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. It's my understanding that you intend, should your application go through, to close the alley anyway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kent?
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming before us today. I believe I heard you make reference to a survey. Could you tell us, you have a survey of the property?
So when we closed on the house, we were given a survey along with a packet that was this big, and we had no idea that there was a paper street until closing. We were made aware that there was a paper street back there, but we were not made aware that anybody could purchase that property.
So let me put a finer point on it. You had a survey, and you said that you referred to that survey when installing your gazebo?
I did.
Okay, so help me understand here. Did the survey indicate that where you were installing that gazebo was beyond the boundary of your property?
I didn't see it that way, sir, because of the property line and the stuff that were already there existing in the yard prior to me buying the property.
Okay, so just to be clear, you had a survey by a professional surveyor, you looked at the survey, but you interpreted it.
I did not have a survey done, just a piece of paper showing that there was a paper street in the back of our property was presented to me at closing.
Okay, so prior to owning the property, you became aware of the paper street?
I did.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner March.
Thank you for coming in today. I know this is a very sensitive topic for you guys. So you had said something that made me think. You had said that the neighbors had granted you access to their side of the property or to their property for you to do the work. Are you talking about the paper street?
Yes.
Okay.
There was two trees and a bunch of large stumps that we needed. We could not get the equipment in from our yard because it's too narrow on both sides of my house. So the people doing the work said, hey, can we reach out to the neighbors behind you? And that's what we did. And when we reached out to them, we discussed what we needed to do. We spent about $3,000 on removing these stumps and trees on this section of land that they are trying to take right now. And then on top of that, we had phone conversations with them about what we planned on doing back there, being that whoever's owned my property has been responsible for taking care of this
So they gave,
for 36 years.
just for clarification, they gave you the access through their yard in order to do what you needed to do, but where you were doing it was actually on city property. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Commissioner Plumley.
Yeah, I think we're all just trying to understand what's happened here, so I just want to go through it and make sure I'm clear in what you're trying to inform us of. So when you say the prior owner maintained that area, the prior owner of your home maintained this area that we're talking about today by doing the landscaping or generally landscaping.
And more removal of trees.
And the removal of trees.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Did they also, and I think I heard you say they did, but I just want to confirm, they placed also structures in the area extended past your boundary? Is that fair?
Absolutely.
And when you saw the survey, did they indicate, because this is very common, I'm in the land practice, and I'm not the attorney he's talking about, by the way. Did the survey indicate that there were any improvements noted on the survey?
I'm not aware, sir.
Okay. Because this would be a title question, and the title company would want to know whether the survey indicated those structures. It's very common that people put structures on the edge of their property and beyond the edge of their property, but you're saying you don't believe it was on there. Is that, I want to make sure I understand.
Yes, and if looking in my backyard, looking down the back fence, there are structures all along the fence. I did not think I was doing anything out of the ordinary.
I see. And then finally, with regard to the question of purchase, were you able to look through, because I have not, since, we get these things on Thursday and then we're here the next Wednesday, and I haven't had a chance to go through the policy regarding purchase of city interests. Have you looked at that policy and gained any understanding about what the city has formally adopted? And I know you said some things about fairness, and I understand the fairness, but with regards to what they've put us on notice as citizens of Virginia Beach, have you reviewed that manual?
I have not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, I've got a question. So you bought the property 2 years ago, correct?
2024, yes.
So 2 years ago, okay. When you moved into the property, because when I bought my home, when I moved in, I had to pick up the survey flags because that is part of buying a home. Were those flags not there when you moved in?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ashley Donini.
Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Donini, and I'm here with my husband. Absent are our two daughters, Lola and Layla, 7 and 4, who are at spring break camp today. I am not a lawyer or a developer. I'm a mom, a homeowner, asking you to do what is equitable and fair. Our attorney could not be with us today, but we felt so compelled to come before you today. At first glance, this may be a routine land division. It is not. This strip of land has existed only as a paper street for decades, never opened, accepted, or maintained by the city. Yet, it has openly, continuously, and visibly been used as part of our yard. Fenced in, maintained, and improved, it clearly integrates into our property. Longtime neighbors can also attest to this and support our position. I have letters here today. Before we bought the home in 2024, it was a continuous cared-for yard with fencing, landscaping, fire pit, retaining walls, and private electrical work in this strip. This space mattered, and it was why we bought the home. To our daughters, it's simple. It's where they roast s'mores and play their soccer ball and play every day safely. After moving in, we continued what we had done for decades. We removed hazardous dying trees, grounded stumps, landscaped, and invested over $60,000 improving and maintaining this very piece of land. This work was visible. Our neighbor knew what we were doing, and they even allowed equipment through their yard. At no point did they object, question, or claim this section of the land. They remained silent. Now, after all this time and investment, this yard could be taken away by an absentee owner. Is that the example that we want to set for our community and our children? The city does not have to sell this land. You do not have to make a decision. But if you do, fairness does matter. We do have a pending application that does predate theirs, and we were planning to follow the process to acquire this paper street. My mom had a stroke, and all of that went on hold. Their submission also does not reflect the full context or the facts. There's dated ortho imagery and an incomplete survey. My grandmother always said, what is ever done in darkness will come to light, and we are here to bring that transparency. Our exhibits submitted to you show decades of long-term, open, exclusive, continuous use, improvements, and substantial investment.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your time has expired. I'd like to ask the commissioners if you have any questions.
Did we receive exhibits and I missed it in the packet or something? I want to make sure because I don't recall seeing exhibits.
I think they sent pictures in the second set of supplements.
From this from the opposition? I don't recall receiving exhibits, but you all submitted exhibits? Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay.
We submitted a whole package that
What's
includes
in the packet? Just explain.
details of the statement, pictures of previous ownership and how it was before we bought it, what our improvements were, ortho imagery showing that the yard and the property, particularly the strip of land, had been fenced in for more than 2 decades, and also addressing the gazebo setback, just indicating that we, okay, sorry.
No. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted you to know I'm holding it in my hand now.
Yes.
And I hadn't looked at these since the supplement came out, and I very much appreciate you letting me know that they're here. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You're very welcome.
So while he's studying, Commissioner Camp.
Hi, thank you also for coming forward today.
Yes, sir.
At the beginning of your testimony, you used an unusual word, and I'd like to ask you about that.
Yes, sir.
I think what you said was that you had openly, continuously, and notoriously used the land, or it had been used. Notoriously is an unusual word.
I did not use the word notoriously, sir. I used visible.
Visible. Okay, very good, because notoriously would be a word, not as an attorney, you might not know, that relates to adverse possession. When you encroach on someone else's land and use it openly for 21 years, then try to claim it as your own. But in Virginia, you can't do that to city property.
Yes, sir.
So even if a prior landowner had encroached on the alley and used it openly as their own, that would not give them right to then claim that land as their own. Thank you so much.
Yes. Mr. Camp, if I may, really what we're asking from this commission body is really not anything new. It's really just to protect what's already existed for decades.
Can I address another question? In the photographs, You see I don't know if you can see from there. I couldn't if I was standing where you are, but there is a green home. Is that the neighbor home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just want to get oriented when I'm looking at this photo.
Yes, sir.
And so this is rather extensive construction that was going on.
Yes, sir.
Immediately adjacent to that greenhouse. That's the point you're trying to drive home. I want to make sure I understand that.
Yes, sir. And they were very aware of all of the work that we were performing.
Was this work done with a professional contractor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today. Just as we're understanding the timeline, when did it become apparent to you and your family that there was a paper street behind your house?
Well, from a timing perspective, we never really thought of it as a paper street until we got the setback notification, which we had been working with council to remedy. So that's really the first time that it ever became really an issue or, knowledgeable for us.
When was that? 2025? I know you bought the property in
2025, I'm sorry. Yes,
It's
ma'am.
okay. Thank you very much.
In 2025, yes.
Commissioner Schoonover?
I just have some questions from the city staff, or when we're ready. I don't know when we're.
Are there any more questions for the?
I'm sorry. I want to make sure I understood the last comment. You were noticed about a setback requirement. Was that some type of zoning violation issuance? Is that what's occurred?
I'm not my attorney by any means, but basically we were notified that the gazebo was not far enough away from the fence.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And I think that's setback, but I'm not sure.
So did you and your husband construct the fence that's at the back of your yard?
No, ma'am, we hired a subcontractor for that.
Okay, but that fence was built since you've owned the home.
That fence has been there for, I believe, 43 years.
The white?
Yes, ma'am.
The white PVC or plastic fence?
Yes, ma'am.
Has been there for 43 years?
This yard has been fenced in for decades, yes. And we have neighbors that lived on the property, like they lived when the fence was installed.
Okay, who put the white fence that exists right now in these pictures? Did you buy the home with that fence already
ma'am.
installed? Okay,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
what I was asking.
And also the retaining wall was there. If you, in one of my pictures.
I see it, yes ma'am, I see it. Mhm. The retaining wall was there as well?
The retaining wall, there was a fire pit, landscaping, garden, and even private electrical work in the paper street.
Okay, what did you add? Just the gazebo?
We added, so if you're on page 4 of the exhibits, this is what we bought.
Okay, I see the retaining wall, I see the pool, I see the fence.
The fire pit, the garden is,
Yes.
okay.
The fire pit?
Yeah, you might not see in this picture, just behind this, it looks like a little statue behind that. There's also a watering fountain.
Yes, I see it.
So it's not pictured here, but it was there as well. And then that next page is what we transformed the backyard to, which would be page 5.
Okay, so you removed a tree and you constructed the gazebo.
We removed 2 trees. We removed several stumps, all within the paper street.
Okay, and you bought the home with the fence existing there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And had existed forever.
Oh, I don't know if it existed, that's not,
well,
if that's a 42-year fence, I need to get a fence like that. But
I'm not sure how long the fence has been there, but there has been a fence, and in my exhibits, we show over 20 years of the fence being there.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, now I have a question for Mr. Burdon whenever he comes back.
Well, we're not ready for him. We still got Commissioner Cromwell and Commissioner Camp.
My question perhaps is to staff, how did all this building take place if they needed building permits? How did it do if it was city property?
So we don't have record of permits for the gazebo. That was part of the issue with the pergola, or any of the other improvements within the property. There's no permits on file.
There's no permits on file for any of this?
Correct.
Commissioner Camp.
You only need a permit for zoning.
Yes, ma'am. One quick follow-up that you had, excuse me, sir, that you had testified that the first you became aware of this was when you received the zoning violation on the gazebo, which
Yes,
I
sir.
believe was 2025.
Yes, sir.
But your husband testified to us that he became aware of the paper street at closing before you purchased the house, that the two of you became aware at two different times?
Yeah, that would be my understanding, yes.
Okay, but to clarify, you had an attorney representing you at the closing,
We
your
did.
purchase of your home?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Schoonover. You go ahead.
I need some clarification from staff about this because I think it's getting a little bit complicated. Audrey, are you the one I need to ask about it? Who do I need to ask about it?
Sure, I can take it.
You take it? Okay. I need to have a better understanding of what we're looking at because it's my understanding that they both want to close this street. And I'm trying to figure out, based on what I was hearing this morning, if what we're doing here is essentially, well, I should back up and say, this morning I thought I was hearing that they couldn't even proceed with their issue with the city until we address this closing here. Is that correct?
That is correct. They wouldn't need to be able to have their own street closure completed before they could obtain, they had applied for an encroachment agreement for their items. They would need to complete a street closure first. That street closure would include a standard condition for a drainage easement that would run through that area. And then that encroachment agreement would allow for the existence of the structures and items within the current city right-of-way.
I'm concerned about what's happening because I feel like we're being asked to make a judgment about the ownership of this property, and I'm not 100% sure that we're in a position to do that legally. So I'm not sure if we should be focusing on figuring out whether we're just going to simply say, yeah, we're fine with it being closed, because they want to close it. The apparently supposed owners want to close it. Everybody wants to close it. So does it matter if we close this today? Does that affect their ability to make this argument for their access to this property or ownership of this property later? I'm trying to figure out I'm not sure we can do this.
That's okay. It would become a civil matter at that point. From our perspective, this is currently city property. And when we are closing city property, the half width of the right-of-way is first made available to the nearest property owner. In this case, that would be the Schroders, so they do have the first opportunity to make that purchase. We've had instances where folks have deeded away that right to the owner on the other side if they have no interest in that. But the owner, and this has been established by case law, is able, the owner of the half width closest to their property is able to make that decision first. So from our perspective, it's currently city property. And by way of case law, the appropriate way to look at this is that the owners closest to that half point line would be able to make that request regardless of conditions within that, because it's just city property from our view.
So legally, from our perspective, we have to look at this as city property and to leave this issue to be addressed with council. Is that what you're understanding?
We would leave that between the property owners, any agreement they came to. It would be a civic matter at that point to discuss amongst themselves. Right, from our perspective, we're just looking at this from a sky view where it's our property and the ownership is first attributed to the owner with the closest geographical area to the half width.
Don't go anywhere. Tori, I just need legal clarification because I think we're being asked to adjudicate this issue about ownership of this property to some degree. And I want to make sure that we're only looking at what we're supposed to look at here, because I'm not sure we have the right or the authority to do what we're being asked to do.
Correct. So you're only looking at the street closure. That is all that's before you. And I think what Aubrey is trying to say just a little bit more succinctly is that the applicant that is before you has the legal right. They are legally entitled to half of the alley abutting their lot.
And so after this today, which it sounds like we don't have any authority to make a judgment that assists the people who have the encroachment on this property now, that we are basically only allowed to decide if we're going to address this issue from the Schroeder standpoint, and that their activity needs to take place after this.
Commissioner, my counsel has indicated to me that you all don't have to do anything. You may defer this. You don't have to act as well. So I just wanted to raise that to you.
I understand. I'm just trying to clarify with the attorney who I have to, because I'm not an attorney either. I'm trying to make sure that I fully understand what I'm allowed to do here, because to me it sounds like, from a legal standpoint, this property is the city's, the Schroeders have the right to this, and that the dispute needs to take place after or outside of this sphere. And I'm not sure we have the right to engage in this the way that we're being asked to. So I'm trying to clarify legally what I'm allowed to do in reference to this situation, other than, I'm not even sure how, I'm not sure if deferring this even helps this process. So if we defer this, do we assist them in this situation? If they're both wanting to close this paper street, I'm not even sure if what we do here really has anything to do with the situation. It sounds like we could close the street and it helps both people because they both want to close it, and that the dispute might take place outside of this sphere. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, I'm not really sure what there would be to dispute, but yes, the issue that you're looking at is just the street closure generally, and there may be something that the property owners can work out civilly amongst themselves once they each own that property, some sort of division, or like they would have had the right to forfeit their portion of the alley to each other if they had chosen that. That's not the avenue that's being chosen at this point. But what's before this commission is just the issue of the street closure. And your attorney did not lie to you. The planning commission can defer an application if they see fit. But at the same time, they can also vote, and when they do vote, whether that be at this hearing or in the future, your consideration is for the street closure.
So if we vote today to close the street, and that to me, it sounds like the street closure is a moot point, and that the real dispute is over the ownership of this property, and that is essentially outside of our purview. And so if we vote today to close the street, we're helping both parties. I'm just a little concerned that what we are doing, if we were to say pause this, I don't see how pausing this helps the dispute that you all are having. I think what I'm hearing is that we might as well just close the street because both parties want to close it, and that the dispute that they're having over ownership needs to take place outside of this body.
Point of order. Mr. Chair, point of order. The applicant has not yet had their rebuttal. We're in a mode now of asking questions of speakers. And so I would ask as a point of order that we complete the questioning of the speakers and then proceed in the manner that you directed us this morning as to how we were going to conduct the hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, my question is, you are against this because you have items that go across your half of that alley. Is that correct?
We have it, all of our items are in the whole alley.
That's okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Our fenced-in property encompasses all of the 15 feet and has for decades.
Thank you.
My only follow-up is you have counsel, follow the guidance of your counsel. None of the legal information that's been shared with you today, follow your counsel. And I do have a question for staff when it's appropriate to ask that question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Costin. Thank you, commissioners.
Mr. Bourdon?
All right, a lot to digest here. The simple fact of the matter is that the Ninis have not submitted, to my knowledge, a street closure application for their half of the alley. All they've done, to my knowledge, is submit, and I just found this out talking to their council yesterday morning. They filed an encroachment application based on having been cited for the construction without a permit of the gazebo in, I believe, December of last year. And that hasn't come forward because it can't come forward because they don't own their half of the alley and they don't have the right to acquire the eastern half of the alley. My clients contacted me in last fall about acquiring their half of the alley. I know nothing whatsoever about some of the allegations that have been made, but I would point out that both of the speakers indicated at one point that it was all improved when they bought it, and another point that they had to get the equipment in there to get trees and boulders and what have you out. So those two didn't really jive with me. The one thing that I know for a fact is that throughout the 90s and even in the very early 2000s, the city sent notices to all of the property owners in Croatan multiple times whose improvements were encroaching into those paper alleys. And were told either close it or remove it. They got notice. The previous owners got notice. I asked Ms. Donini in the phone call we had the beginning of March, did the owners not advise you of the fact that there were improvements beyond their property line, 15 feet or 7.5 feet, whichever, beyond what they owned? And her answer was no, they did not. So the reality of it is that they didn't get good counsel. The sellers of the property were either totally lost memory or were duplicitous in not advising them that the property they were selling to them, and the realtor involved probably knew too, but I don't know that, and no one told them, and they didn't know it, other than apparently they did know it at closing. So it's a bad situation all the way around, but the reality legally is they have no right nor ability to acquire this 7.5 foot by 50 foot section of alley, period. City can't sell it to them, and my clients at this point, and as far as I know, will forever not be willing to sell it to them. They're slandering them today, and I can't wait to get a transcript. But the reality of it is that a mistake was made. They may be somewhat innocent. Today, some of the things that were said, maybe not so much, but I felt sympathy for them when I talked to Ms. Donini on the phone, but they've, and we're happy to go to court with them anytime they want because they've threatened that now. So, but this is something that the city wants to close these alleys. There's nothing the city can do to give it to them, and they can't claim it and ever win because you can't adversely possess against the government. So it's pretty daggone simple, other than trying to make it a heartstrings emotional argument. And appreciate the disappointment all day long. It's a shame.
Thank you, sir.
But their recourse is the people who didn't represent them appropriately.
Just hold what you got there.
I only have a question for staff, not for Mr. Burdon.
Okay.
I just wanted to hold my opportunity to ask staff, because I think the point was raised by Catherine. I want to make sure we're all clear. What we're here to consider, the factors that we're here to consider, because obviously you need approval. It's not you just get it. We all just don't walk out and claim ownership of the road next to our homes. You have to apply, you come before us. So my understanding is this impacting the public's rights? Does it have an unfair effect upon the public? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. Are there any grounds that I'm leaving out of that specific? I didn't have time to grab the manual and go through everything with a fine-tooth comb, but are those specifically the grounds that we're looking at? I just want to make sure I'm aware.
I don't know if I put my name into the record previously, so let me just state that I'm Aubrey Jabilcock. I'm a planning coordinator with the City of Virginia Beach. We did hold a viewers meeting with several city departments to make that determination, and the determination was that this street closure, along with the previous Croatan street closures, would not have any public impact or negative public impact and would not preclude anybody from use of an unimproved alleyway.
And is that the only ground we're here to consider?
That is what the city is considering in their recommendation, yes.
I know you have the question you want to answer for me, but I have an actual one. Are there other grounds? I'm going to ask the counsel, our attorney. Are there other grounds we're to consider other than the effect upon the public?
No?
Thank you. I just wanted something solid, right? Okay, appreciate that. Good work.
Thank you.
Are we ready for a question? Madam Clerk, could you please open the vote?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I move to approve the application.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Move to approve it.
It's been moved by Commissioner Schoonover, seconded by Commissioner Hippen, that we approve this item.
The vote is open.
I just want to be heard before we vote, if we could. My only addition, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry to interrupt the process, but is that these are members of the public. They're the adjoining neighbors. All these folks that live up and down have been obviously mistaken about what's going on in that process, are members of the public. You know, I'm not sure I believe that's sufficient to stop this process, just to be quite honest. Any legal advice thrown out during this proceeding, people need to have their own attorney and to keep counsel with their own lawyer. Anyway, I appreciate everybody's time.
I'd like to make a comment, if you don't mind. I just wanted to clarify that from my understanding, legally, we can only review this from this particular perspective based on the Schroeder's rights to this property currently. That does not mean that you can't pursue this matter further outside of this sphere. I realize this is very concerning. It sounds to me like this isn't necessarily the place for this kind of a dispute and that it needs to happen maybe civilly. So I just want to make sure you understand that.
We're ready for the vote?
By a recorded vote of 10-0, item 4, Richard P. and Helene Schroeder has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 6, Commonwealth Brewing Company, LLC.
Thank you, Commissioners. Try to make this one short. Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing Commonwealth Brewing on this modification of conditions and extension. And I think that Mr. Camp was the only person who was not necessarily wanting to put this on the consent agenda. And I'm happy to discuss it as much as you all may want me to discuss it. But I also am in full agreement with the extension only being until, I guess, the middle of October, when the street closure that is an accompanying application that's already been extended to mid-October, we will have it completed by then. It doesn't need to be an entire year, if that makes any sense to the commission.
Mr. Camp?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bourdon. Let me ask you a couple of questions so that the record of this proceeding is more complete. You are correct. I did ask to have this heard today. The reason that I did that is that it is my understanding from the materials we were given in the informal briefing that the matter at hand was your client received approval to proceed on that, I believe, in 2023, and that if the application that we've received today is granted, they would have had 3.5 years to accomplish something that they asked to do. And it occurs to me that the full year being asked for may not be necessary to accomplish the project. Because, as you mentioned, there is another matter with the street closure, which will be accomplished by October, it needs to be, and that the matter at hand would be done concurrently. And it is for that reason that I wanted to ask you, would you be averse to modifying the condition in this application such that instead of a full year extension, that the extension would be limited to a period sometime in October, as someone may more eloquently phrase?
The answer is absolutely. This was and remains a complicated issue. The street closure has to be completed, and unlike what we just listened to, the underlying fee in Lake Drive is not owned by the city, and there's a receiver involved. And my client will be giving to the city a pump station site on the eastern end of that closed street. And there are encroachment agreements. There's just a plethora of agreements that we're finalizing. And it has taken a long time for a myriad of reasons. I won't go into all of them. Some of it on council, because I had the client who's a small businessman who's very successful, and he's been, doing a lot of this himself, and things have taken a little too long. But we will have it completed by the middle of October, so if the extension can be just until the middle of October. And the district council representative has been in communication. We've been in communication on this for quite some time.
Well, I'm very appreciative of that response to my question, because parties do come before the staff, take their time, come before this commission, come before city council. In this case, I think it's the third time for your client on this property, and others in the city look at this and may form a perspective. Right. And I think we would all like to see this come to conclusion, see your client's property be as successful as it was proposed to be and approved to be, and not to drag this out any longer than we need to.
Well, I think the community believes it, and the business has been successful. And when it first began, Jeremy did the application himself back in 2014, and it was the very first one. The ordinance had just changed within 30 days. The current planning director, the city of Chesapeake, was the planner involved, and they did a good job. But there were things that nobody had even conceived of at that early stage with the craft breweries. So thank you.
Mr. Bourdon.
Yes.
This was my first site visit as a planning commissioner, and this was in my first one, August of 2023. So I too want to see this come to fruition. I think it's a good thing that they're doing there. I think that they have a good business there, and they're good for the neighborhood. So that's my only concern.
Commissioner Plumlee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, but she might be taking your job over. So we're talking about going to October. That road is critical to this improvement. And so are you comfortable? I want to make sure, we talk about agreements and trying to get things wrangled, and we're looking at a target date because we all want this to succeed. We don't want them to have to come back for additional approvals. You feel comfortable with an October deadline?
It's as long as the deadline is after the Planning Commission's October public hearing. Because if there were to be an emergency, we could get.
Does anybody feel that the November date might be a better one then to push it outside? To me, I was ready to approve it in its current form, but I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with the date so we don't have to revisit it.
I'm convinced. For the last year, it's been engineering and the back and forth with drainage and everything else. And it's my understanding that they've pretty much dotted every I and crossed every T. At this point, they're going to be, and I'm going to have them out probably Friday, or at least by Monday, to the city to review all of the legal documents. And so there's plenty of time, if as I've been advised, that they've taken care of the engineering aspects of this. It was the engineer is a good engineer, but he's one-man show, and this has been a lot of effort on everybody's part. And this is not anything that staff is at fault. That's one thing I should have said to start with. This is not a staff issue. I'm not bashful. If I thought it was, I would have said so. It's not. This is our end of it, and it's just complicated. He's assembled 3 properties, all Zone B2, the fire station being the original one. We're hoping to get the last piece of the puzzle, but they have not decided to sell yet. And so you will hear this again for the addition of one more piece of property to this. I'm confident. It's just we don't know when that's going to be. So thank you all very much.
So do we hear a motion?
We do. We had one speaker signed up for this, so I just want to make sure they've signed up to speak virtually.
According to staff, they are not present.
I'm going to go ahead and call the name just in case they did.
Sean Wren.
And I did also want to state, if there was a modification to the term, this would tentatively be scheduled for the second city council meeting in May, which is May 19th. If we did 180 days from the date of council approval, that would put it to November 15th, just to kind of keep some consistency. That would cover the October and November hearing. So if we did 180 days from council approval, this would be on May 19th, so that would put you into November.
As long as planning commission is fine, I'm fine with that date.
I would like to move that we approve this extension.
There's a second?
Second.
We need to modify the time from the 1-year current to the November 2026 deadline for the extension.
No, what she said is that for the main meeting with city council.
If this is what you'd like to do, we can do it 180 days from the date of council approval.
So do you mind modifying your motion to say that?
I would like to modify my motion based on what was just stated, the 180 days.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Hippen and seconded by Vice Chair Byler.
The vote is open. Commissioner Mulch.
Commissioner Mulch has left the building.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Mausch has left the meeting. He had childcare duties he had to attend to.
By a recorded vote of 9-0, item 6, Commonwealth Brewing Company LLC has been recommended for approval as modified.
Thank you all very much for your patience. Appreciate it.
Our next item is item 8, Montessori Schoolhouse LLC.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chunfang Li, and I'm here on behalf of Montessori Schoolhouse LLC, the applicant for family daycare home at this residence.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Korniawan, and I am a friend and a neighbor of Ms. Lee here, and I'm just here to assist if she needs any assistance. So I'm just going to be here. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to briefly share my background. I completed Montessori training in 2018 and earned a certification from the American Montessori Society, AMS, and then worked in a Montessori school for about 5 years, building strong experience in caring for and teaching young children. I also worked in Military Child Development Center, where I saw a strong demand for childcare and very long waiting lists. This is one of the reasons I decided to open a daycare to support the military and the local families who need reliable childcare. My goal is to provide a safe, nurturing, and structured environment where children can learn, grow, and feel secure. I will create a Montessori environment that supports children's independence, hands-on learning, and respect for each children's development. I want to create a program that supports both children and their families by providing dependence and high-quality care. Safety is my top priority. I will follow all state licensing requirements and regulations. The home is being prepared to meet all safety standards, both indoors and outdoors. The includes safety play areas, proper supervision, and maintaining a clean and organized environment. This will be a small home-based program which allows me to give each child more individual attention. I believe that a small setting helps children feel more comfortable and supported. The number of the children will follow state regulations. Drop-off and pick-up times will be managed carefully, and I will use on-site parking to avoid congestion. I understand the importance of maintaining a quiet and safe neighborhood environment, and I will always be respectful of my neighbors. In addition, I will maintain clear communication with families and ensure that all policies and procedures are followed consistently. My goal is to build trust with both families and the community. I am committed to provide high-quality early childhood care and education. With my training, experience, and continued education, I am confident that I can operate a responsible and professional family daycare home. Thank you for your time and consideration. I respectfully request your approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For right now, you can be seated, and we're going to hear from our speaker.
There are no speakers.
Oh, no speakers. Are there any questions of the applicant, or does anyone want to make a motion?
Thank you for coming today. I appreciate this. I know that childcare is essential to our community, and I know we have a shortage of good childcare. And I know that what you're doing is more than childcare, it's education. And it's a legitimate business, an important one. But I'm not sure that in a neighborhood is the right placement. So I'd like to ask you, why are you suggesting that this be put in a home instead of in a place of business?
So she's asking, sorry, she's asking that you're providing education on top of the daycare. Is that correct?
Yes.
An education usually is in an establishment as a home. So is it just a daycare? It's a home-based daycare.
Daycare at my home. Yeah.
Can I answer? Yeah. So if I understand your question, Commissioner Byler, right? Sorry. You're mentioning that she will offer also an education. So you would expect a building, right? An establishment instead of a home. Is that your?
I would expect a business location and not residential location. So I'm asking why she is not considering business versus residence.
Why is it? Why you're not considering a business place instead of your home? Is it because of your family?
Yeah, we will take our family to.
she just mentioned that it's a mainly a daycare, home-based, a small operation, home-based daycare.
So the students going up to 12 years old, they're coming only,
Sorry, it's not a student. It's a daycare. She only applied for 0 to 8 years old.
yeah, okay. So the children, for example, from 5 years old to 8 years old, are they coming after school somewhere else, or are they being educated through Montessori school at this location?
It's only a daycare.
Yeah, I daycare from Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. only for the child under 8 years old, not after school. I do not have after school. Yeah, yeah.
So their concern is it's not a school, right?
Not school.
Not school, but the 6-year-old to 8-year-old usually they have to go to school.
I do not have.
So
Yeah,
that means
okay.
you only daycare. That means only when they go to formal schooling.
Yeah.
Then afterward they go to your daycare. So you're not open for school. You're
No,
just
only
after school care. So it is correct. It's after formal school. Then it's a daycare only.
A daycare.
Daycare only.
Yeah.
So you're
Not go to school. Not elementary school.
Yeah, you're not elementary school. I'm sorry. I think there's a misunderstanding there. She is only opening not a school. It's a daycare. It's an aftercare. So I think there's a confusion there, but mainly she is opening for a daycare facility, not a school with a curriculum. But she does have a background in Montessori, so that's just an added value to the daycare. But it's an after if it's a school-aged children, so I'm assuming she will only take care of them after they complete their formal schooling, whatever that is, and she would just be a daycare facility.
Well, thank you for that clarification. So now my question, have you spoken to the other neighbors in the area? And if so, how do they feel about this?
I spoke to my neighbors. Some of neighbors, they support, and some also they got some opposition letters, but they didn't tell me they opposite. They don't agree with me. But I did spoke some neighbors.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I got Commissioner Cromwell and Commissioner Camp.
The first question is, in the paperwork we have, you said we have the ages 2 months to 5 years, and you just said you wanted to up that to 8 years old. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's going to be...
Yeah, I applied from 0 to 8 years, but mainly I take care of 1 year older and 5 years, like this age, but applied from 0 to 8.
Okay, well, our
Yeah.
paperwork says 2 months to 5 years, not...
Yeah, I understand your question, yes.
So what you wanted to include up to 8 years, is that correct?
Okay, so
I applied, but I won't take this.
okay, no. So in the paper it says that. Sorry,
Applied,
Commissioner
yeah.
Cromwell, is that the 2 to 5 is on her application or?
That's correct. That is what we have before us.
So when you apply for 0 to 8 years, who did you apply with?
They can choose, they can choose from the application.
For this
Yeah.
application?
Yeah.
So currently you only choose for 2 months to 5 years old, is that correct? The paper that they had?
I think it's 0 to 8. So
No,
what's
see,
the question?
that's what they have.
Okay.
That's what they have. So, sorry, can I say? So just to clarify, so she does specialize in those. So she want to actually do two. She said in the application there's an options, and she wanted to do actually this 2 months to 5 years old. That would be the ideal age range, but somehow in the application it didn't have those specific range. Is that correct? So that's why I'm not quite sure which other place you applied for. Is that?
Perhaps staff can clarify.
So the state application may have different ranges than our application. The application that you have before you does not have an age limit on it. In our staff report, we reported what she told us she prefers or what she is planning to have daycare services for, from 2 months to 5, but there are no conditions that limit the age in our application. It could be the state's application that she filled out that had the 0 to 8 years.
And I have furthermore, the pictures that you showed for a play area, it's all concrete. Is that true? There's no grassy area for the children to play on?
Yes, I will. Yeah. For now, the concrete in my backyard for the playground, but I will plan to add a rubber flooring on the floor for children play.
She does.
Do that again.
Sorry.
Add rubber.
Yeah, she will add something on the concrete to make it safe, rubber safety mats. But she does. I've been to her house, so she does have some beautiful garden and just grass areas where my children have played safely there. So if that's what your question is.
I close that area. I close that area.
Yeah,
Can
she
see the
will.
picture, but I will add rubber mats.
So she will add a
To-
safe rubber mats on this concrete if that's a safety concern.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camp?
So on that same question, I believe you just mentioned that there is the grassy area and we can see it sort of behind the long side of the pool there, maybe with something red beyond it. Is the intent to allow the children to play over there?
I will put a fence to a certain area to play. Put a mat, make it safe.
She will put a designated area to play, so she can put a fence just in that rubber mat area.
The reason that I ask is the materials we received suggested that a fence would go, as shown here in the photo, under the covering, and therefore the children would be prevented from getting near the pool, which that has to be there. I didn't see anything about a fence along the long side of the pool, and if I understood that they might be playing in that grassy area, there's no barrier.
That's right. Sorry, that was just my input. I'm
Okay.
not aware.
So there's no change to what we see, that the play area is just the area fenced off and the concrete?
That's correct. And she also just mentioned to me that she would put a net over those fence, right? So that there's no gaps where small children can go in between those fence, if that's possible.
Yeah, I'm confident that the process that the staff or that the state will have will deal with those details. Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion if there are no further questions.
I don't hear any. We're already here.
Okay, well, I have no further questions for the applicant.
Well, you may be seated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Well, I haven't made it yet.
Okay, whenever you make it.
Thank you. I would just like to say that this is my district, and I am mindful of the community input that we received in addition to the application and the applicant's testimony today, that we have homeowners adjoining this property who bought into the neighborhood in 1960. So when we talk about an established neighborhood, this would be certainly at the very long end of that as to what this neighborhood has been like. And I am mindful of things like parking and traffic and noise and things of that nature that would be different than what they have expected. At the same time, we need daycare. And having spoken to the council member, that I think the compromise I would like to propose is a recommendation for approval of this application, but with a modification of condition 4, instead of 12 children, limiting it to 8 children on premises, not counting any who reside there.
Can I say something?
The applicant.
I drove there and there's so much parking. I'm confused by the issue of parking. There's so much space for street parking.
May I also ask, because we didn't inquire of the applicant of the request for the number of children and the economics of setting this up. Is it, we've closed the hearing, and I don't know if we're able to ask that question.
Well, if you'd like to pursue questioning, I'll
if you wouldn't
just
object,
defer the motion.
I just want to ask the applicant, you know,
Okay,
she
go
asked for
ahead.
12. If we were to consider a different number, if she would be agreeable, you know, and she may agree. Yes, we're asking if there's any, if she would agree to reduce that condition from 12 to 8.
We can enroll to
Yeah.
8 only.
Yeah, for the children, also, sorry, sorry,
Sorry,
yeah.
it's not.
Because they have the points, they not for the, to have the points is the younger one.
But,
with not this point.
So, sorry,
Mm.
but it's only for 8 children, regardless of the points. Is this the points for something?
For the younger children, I cannot have 12, but just for the older
If I might ask, what's the purpose of limiting her?
asking or reduce my children, right?
The impact on the community.
The number of,
how
not
many?
age, just the
Yeah,
number.
how many?
Not
Can
the
you
age,
be more
the number.
specific?
Let me see if she's.
Mr. Plumley's answering.
Just ask a question. I'm waiting for an answer.
200. So,
I don't even know if this is an issue yet.
Okay.
so, sorry, she wanted to
Yeah,
bring up
I have a
something.
question
Go
about for the
do you want me to?
the age. Do you
Do
think
you want
about
me
it?
to? Yeah, do you want
the
me to
ages,
explain
yeah.
this? So currently, there are point system in the Virginia regulations of based on ages. So the birth to 15 months, there are 4 points, 16 to 23 months, 3 points, 2 to 4, 2 points, 5 to 9, which is, we're not there, 1 point. So it has a maximum of 16 points per caregiver. So that's why she has a maximum of 12 children. So it different.
She's using a point system created by the state. Okay.
Correct.
The question is, would she agree to a limit of 8 children or this approval?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll reintroduce the motion, recommendation for approval with a modification to condition 4, revising from a total of 12 children to 8 children, not including any children residing at the premises.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Camp and seconded by Commissioner Marjani. Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 9-0, item 8 Montessori Schoolhouse LLC has been recommended for approval as modified. Our next item is item 10, Colin Nannery.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Kai Barton. I'm Colin Nannery's business partner. My name is Kai Barton. I'm proposing my electric bike rental business, Coastal Adventure e-bike rentals. The business offers electric bike rentals in a high-traffic beach town, giving tourists an easy, enjoyable, eco-friendly way to travel through the beaches, vacation homes, to restaurants, and to local attractions. E-bikes are especially well suited for coastal environments, allowing riders to cover longer distances comfortably in warm weather and flat terrain. For our e-bikes, the requirements, you must be 18 years or older with a valid ID and driver's license. They will all be required to wear a helmet and come with bike locks. If a person is under the age of 18 and is found riding the bike, will be taken away immediately. Our bikes are class 1 and 2, so they won't be going over 25 miles an hour. E-bike safety, we have GPS tracking on all the bikes that if and when they did leave the community of Sandbridge, they would be immediately turned off and we would be notified. Everybody will be highly advised to only ride on the beach road and stay away from the main road of Sandbridge. E-bikes will be prohibited to leaving Sandbridge. I'm very well versed also in the community, and we always have people looking around for us and looking out for us. And if anybody would have seen, per se, somebody under the age of 18, we will always get calls, and we'll deal with that matter as they come. Why is it good for the community? There's less traffic with the new roads and everything being built for Sandbridge. There's more parking spaces for more people to come in. All the vacation home people can leave their cars at home, and they can travel around through Sandbridge on their e-bikes, leaving more spaces for more people from, say, Norfolk or downtown Virginia Beach or the oceanfront to come into Sandbridge and enjoy the town. It also opens it up for all the more venues and restaurants and all the communities to kind of like make profit off that as well, bringing more people into Sandbridge and kind of helping the community as a whole. We will be having 25 e-bikes. I know the max capacity of it is 40. We will be delivery only. For the CUP permit, we're really just asking that is our zone, kind of our office buildup, and we would just, that be our place of business, and then we go and direct our business through calls and bookings. All of our e-bikes will be kept in an enclosed cargo trailer, roughly around 13 feet. It'll be hourly, daily, and weekly rentals. Thank you.
Any questions? Do we have any speakers?
We have 3 speakers. Our first speaker is Debbie Jetter.
Okay, you may be seated.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Jeter. I live at 3700 Sandpiper Road, directly across from where these e-bike place will go. I'm very much opposed to it. I've seen a lot of e-bikes in Sandbridge, and it's a little scary because they do not follow the rules. We have a lot of families taking their kids, their beach carts, umbrellas, all this stuff to the beach. We have golf carts up and down the streets all day long, especially in the summer. If we add e-bikes, it could be very dangerous. We already have e-bikes in our community, and this would just increase it. There's been an awful lot of information on local TV regarding e-bikes at the oceanfront. I'm sure you've all heard about it. Excuse me, there was a man killed in March of this year, another person killed October of 2025. In 2025, 175 people were treated for serious non-fatal injuries, including broken bones and traumatic brain injuries. 2 days ago, I was in Red Mill, where the Walmart is, and there were 2 boys doing wheelies in the parking lot. Luckily, nobody walked out of the stores at the time, but this just gives you a history of e-bikes and sometimes the young people that drive them that are not very safe. Please don't allow this in our community. It'll impact our rentals. If families come down and they see all these bikes running around, he says they'll take their e-bikes back and, monitor it, but they can't see everything 24/7. And if the families come down and see this, I would not come back. And it's going to impact our revenue. It's going to impact Virginia Beach revenue as well, because you get a lot of revenue from Sandbridge. And that's basically all I have to say. Thank you. If you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Hatcher Jeter.
Good afternoon. My name is Hatcher Jeter. I live 3700 Sandpiper Road across from where this will be. I've been noticing e-bikes down in Sandbridge quite a bit. I've also noticed that we've had multiple occurrences where people are going down Sandbridge Road and they're not allowing anybody to pass them. They're not wearing helmets. These are adults. So, and when someone does go by these people, they flip them off. They don't respect anybody. They don't respect the laws. I'm very much opposed to this because someone's going to get killed. And then what's going to happen? That's all I need to say.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Our final speaker is James Barton.
Good afternoon. It's my son that'd like to start this business. I
Just state your name for the record.
Oh, James Barton. I was fortunate enough to start the golf cart business in 2009. That is still successful. I ended up selling the business some years ago. And there's golf carts all over Sandbridge. One of our biggest things was the safety. And like Kai says, having monitored and having GPS, which we didn't have, is gotten so, the technology's gotten so much better. Now, people are coming to Sandbridge from all parts of the country, and they love Sandbridge, and it takes for people like myself, who's my great-grandmother bought it in 1957. Kai's born and raised there. His partner's born and raised there. They know who comes to Sandbridge. Talking about accidents, and I know the kids that were doing wheelies at the store, they're local kids. That's what they do, and they don't have helmets. But this is not his clientele. His clientele is going to come and try to enjoy Sandbridge. They're going to be right next to a jet ski rental. They're going to be right next to a boat rental. The Baja's right there. They've got the Jose Tequilas right there. You've got the Falls Cape Wildlife Refuge. You've got a lot of opportunity for people to get out of their cars from Ohio, New York, wherever, Alabama, and get an e-bike and drive around Sandbridge. Then you're going to have a group of people that are going to come and say, hey, let's rent an e-bike for the day to see what house we're going to rent next year. Sounds like these people that are opposing it might have a rental house. So I don't see if they're renting their house, they see day to day. I'm there all day, every day. I've had a pool business for 25 years. And I've strongly advised Kai, safety, safety, safety. Now, people are getting hurt surf lessons. People are getting hurt walking across the street. One of my biggest fears was with the golf carts, because they get this mentality, a golf cart, and they have a cold beer and we're on a golf course. My thing would say, hey, if you're going to go out drinking in a golf cart, you better not be drinking, because the cops are going to pull you over and say, hey, where are you from? I'd say, because they just want to see what you're doing. So I highly advised safety and just trying to do the right thing. And here we're giving you a vehicle to enjoy yourself in Sandbridge, especially on the back streets, to bring bikes and surfboards and cargo and babies and stuff, so you're not walking all that distance. So anyway, his business is a great idea, and we were approached to have e-bikes back in the early days. And I was opposed to it because the sand on Sandfiddler Road was a little rough. Since then, the city has come down and has done an amazing job on keeping Sandbridge clean and the access ways to the beach. I mean, I'm really proud of the city.
Excuse me, sir. Your time has expired.
Okay, no problem.
Are there any questions? Mr. Camp?
Yes, I have one question. You mentioned a jet ski rental. Is there a jet ski rental on the premises here?
It's near the premises, yes.
Okay, but it's not something being operated on the property that we're talking about?
No.
Thank you, sir.
I don't believe. Well, that's zoning. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, if you're not sure, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big piece of parcel, so.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Camp, we were able to confirm after informal, there is a business license for jet ski rentals on this property.
Any more questions? Commissioner Cromwell.
Mr. Barton, have you all reached out to the condo association or anybody to get some Your opinion?
We've reached out to the Civic League, the condo association, not really. I obviously some people would be here if they were unopposed to it. I think it's a great thing for the community. Like I said, it backs the cars off the community, and it lets people kind of do something that they're not used to doing, and that's what Sandbridge is all about. Surf rentals, Falls Cape, boat rentals. I mean, they're coming from here to just enjoy themselves. So this is just another avenue, and they'll make it as safe as they can.
Thank you.
I see a hand up, but I'm sorry, ma'am. You have to sign up to be able to speak.
You can come down here and we fill out a card.
Any more questions of the applicant?
I was going to say, we've been through this with the golf carts, and we had some opposition, and people took steps. They see a golf cart going through the access way, and the city come and got signs. So, get these guys started off on the business, and I think you guys would be, then you guys would come down and rent an e-bike and go into Falls Cape.
Okay, thank you. There's no more questions. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Colvin.
Please state your name for the record.
Again, my name is Andrea Colvin. I wasn't prepared to speak, so I didn't sign up. But what I've heard is fantasy. People come to Sandbridge for the beach, and we have issues with parking, and of course, in the summer, everything's at a premium. People are parking on your lawns, and which closes the streets up. And where in the world is the bike lane that you're talking about? Yeah.
Well, bikes are out on the street.
I know they are.
You need to address
There
us,
is no bike
please.
lane.
Please address us.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't ask you folks, but it was a question for him. There is no bike lane that I'm aware of, and I've lived in Sandbridge for 36 years. We've made tons of improvement. We've accommodated lots of people, but this is a step backwards. If you want to rent a bike, bring it with you. These electric bikes, everybody I know, and I have a grandson who is a tour director in New Orleans, and he rides an electric bike, and he's been in an accident. People don't expect somebody to be going more than a casual speed on a bike. But these are, people are reckless on them. They don't follow rules. And like I said, I've been there a long, long time, and I don't think this is an improvement for the people. I don't know of anybody who's asking for it, and everybody I mention it to, they're opposed to electric bikes. You're not getting exercise, and people come to Sandbridge for the beach. That's all I have to say, but I hope you consider it. Thank you so much.
Any questions for her?
I can make a motion.
Where is he? Applicant, if you would like to come back and speak to these items, you have 3 minutes.
I do have questions for the applicant. We haven't had a chance to ask questions yet of the applicant because we were waiting.
Would you like to ask questions now?
Is there anything you want to ask?
Oh, yeah. So regarding the bike lane that she was asking or talking about, that's directly going down on the right side and the left side already. That's implanted where they painted on Sandbridge Road. And like I said before, I'm cutting it off to where they are not allowed to leave Sandbridge with electric bikes regarding the GPS tracking, and that just gets turned off immediately. It will only be inside of Sandbridge to enjoy Sandbridge and the Falls Cape wildlife. And it does take care of parking problems. Like she said, people are parking on lawns and people are parking on everybody's great, beautiful properties that they pay for to get, that make look nice. That will solve this problem. No more cars on the parking lots. Like they can just go grab an e-bike, boom, ride around Sandbridge, have a great time. Less cars on the sides of the streets. So.
Commissioner Plumley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are you saying the application is limited to 25 e-bikes?
That's what we were starting with. I know the max capacity for Virginia Beach is 40, but we're currently right now going to have 25 e-bikes.
And so are you agreeable to a limit of 25 e-bikes?
Yes.
And these class 1 and class 2, explain the difference so we can understand.
So there's a class 1 through 3 of e-bikes ranging, and the class 1 and class 2 have a monitor of speed, and they only go up to 25. They also have the pedal assist. That there's a 1 through 4 mode on the class 1 and 2 that you can either go from a full pedal assist to no pedal assist. And that's ranging. So whenever, let's say you go to the 4 and you want to do a no pedal assist, that's max speed. It's going to go 25. The class 3 e-bike is what everybody refers to. And those are the e-bikes that are going outrageously fast. Those are the 35 to 60 mile an hour e-bikes that we are not having at all.
So the application is limited to a class 1 and 2 e-bike?
Yes, sir.
Why would you have 2 classes opposed to having only 1 class?
Well, what I'm saying is like class 1 and 2 are kind of like together in the same class, relatively.
I see.
Because class 1 only goes maybe 20 miles an hour. Class 2, it only goes to 25 miles an hour. But both of them have the range to do pedal assist.
And so the trailer where you store these,
yes, sir.
It's mobile. Is that something that the intent is to plant this at this location 24/7, or is it driven off the lot every day?
It will be there 24/7.
So throughout the season, there's no need to pull this trailer around. Those bikes are maintained and kept inside that trailer.
Yes, sir.
And does the conditions require that the bikes be kept inside the trailer overnight? Do we know?
We do have a condition requiring storage within the trailer. There's also a condition in here, condition 4, that the cargo trailer shall not remain on site for more than 180 consecutive days. That's due to the floodplain requirements, that it needs to be licensed, operable. Essentially, it's a vehicle versus a structure. So that is in condition 4. There's also condition 3 that would limit from May through September.
I see.
And that is the only months of operation that we would be doing, May through September, 180 days.
And would this be the sole location for bike rentals in this neighborhood or in this community?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are my questions.
What is the speed limit down in the Sandbridge area?
So the beach road is 25 miles an hour, and then our main road is 35.
Commissioner Cuellar.
Hi. Are you familiar with City Council's task force on e-bikes?
I am.
Great. I know I represent District 8 and...
Sorry, Commissioner Cuellar, can you turn your mic on? Thank you.
I thought I had it on. Councilman Cummings is one of our council liaisons because based on what the residents are sharing today, there is concern about, safety of our residents, our guests, anybody who's on an e-bike. So do you feel like, have you had an opportunity to attend any of those meetings or maybe to garner some of that information?
I have not. I found that the task force was fairly new.
Yes, correct.
So I didn't know too much about it. I did read up on it a little bit, but I heard like the criteria is still under planning. That's all about I know.
So I would just want to make that resource available to you to maybe increase the safety for anybody who's on an e-bike.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, safety is our biggest thing. We just want people to have fun and experience Sandbridge in the best way possible. but also being as safe as possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is the rental price?
The rental price?
Is it by the hour, all the day? What is it?
It'll be hourly, daily, or weekly.
And how much?
So the daily rate would be about $25 to $35 an hour. The daily would be about $70 an hour, and then weekly it'd be about $250 to $300.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you. I'd like to walk through a couple of question and answers here, both for my knowledge, the commission's knowledge, and also to help you on your way to City Council. First of all, I would like to thank you for designing this business with your geofencing, that we've had experiences in this city with rental of micromobility devices that were not limited. The devices went all over the place. It created a situation that was widely unpopular. With regard to your geofence, are you allowing your devices to enter the refuge?
Yes, sir. So we are going to, it's still in the works, but we are going to be entering the refuge for potentially guided tours. Still working on that piece of it, but yes.
Would a rider not on a guided tour be able to go there, or is that outside your geofence?
That would be included as a place, not, I wouldn't say fully through the entire wildlife refuge.
Now, the permissible trails, of course.
Yes, sir.
And the classes of e-bikes permissible in a federal wildlife refuge are?
Class 1 and Class 2.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
In terms of the state park at Falls Cape, is that within your geofence?
Yes, sir.
And what classes of e-bikes are permitted or not permitted in a state park?
Class 1 and Class 2.
Very good. On Class 1, as I understand it, a Class 1 is a pedal assist source of power.
Yes,
in
sir.
other words, if you're not pedaling, it doesn't go forward.
Yes, so like, put it this way, if you wanted to pedal, you could. It would have a little bit of more momentum because it's a pedal assist. And if you did get tired, you just kind of hit the throttle.
No. This is very important to understand. A Class 1 e-bike has no throttle. A Class 1 e-bike only assists the pedaling. No pedaling, no movement.
I'm sorry, I meant Class 2 for that one.
A Class 2 e-bike has the pedal assist and then a throttle that can be used in addition to give you that additional boost.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Sorry, I got those mixed up.
All right. Well, this is important if you're going to be in the business to be able to explain this, because as you've heard, the community has a lot of concern and they have misunderstandings about this.
Absolutely.
Now, the difference with a Class 3 or those that even go beyond that, e-motos, which are mostly what we see out there as problems, would you say that those are devices that can be operated just with a throttle?
Yes.
You don't even have to be pedaling?
Yes.
And are you going to be renting those kinds of devices?
Absolutely not.
All right. On Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes, is the maximum speed 20 miles an hour?
It is 20 to 25 miles an hour.
Are you sure? I'm talking about how fast the device can go.
How
25?
fast it can go?
Yeah.
I researched it and I saw the maximum of 25 miles an
All
hour.
right. Class 3,
About 50 to 60 miles per hour.
28 miles an hour. You're describing e-motos, which is a whole nother type of wheeled device that is not an e-bike at all. It is part of the misunderstanding. People see things on two wheels moving quickly, call it an e-bike, but it is not an e-bike under the law or under the types of regulations that your business is asking to be approved under. So understanding what it is that you're applying for and being able to explain it to the public and to those who are here weighing in on your application, I think is very important. As I understand it, you're not planning to rent devices that would be considered e-motos that are not even in the e-bike regulation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do your devices come with lights,
Yes, sir.
front and back?
Front and back.
All right. And when a person rents one of your devices, are they renting just the bike, or are there other accessories that come with the rental?
There will be other accessories that will be available. Per se, families will have a wide variety of accessories. that'll
Could
be
you
available.
describe, are these safety accessories?
Safety accessories, you'll have a bike lock that comes with it, a helmet that immediately comes with every single bike. Another accessory, you get a battery charger. The bikes will have fenders on the wheels for you that protect that. There's front guards and back guards.
So are these add-on accessories, or are they part of the base package? When you rent a bike, you get these things?
That will be the base package.
All right, so everyone renting a bike from you will be given a helmet to wear with that bike?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Sir, he's up here at the mic. In terms of the education you mentioned, you noted that there is a bike lane on Sandbridge Road. Will the shared use path further out on Sandbridge Road, entering the community, also be within your geofence?
Can you say that one more time?
You know where Surf and Adventure is?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's a shared use path along Sandbridge Road now?
Yes.
Does your geofence extend out that far?
No, sir.
So it's up by the market?
Yes.
And that traffic light up there?
It will go directly, if not closer to the market, but where the water tower is, that'll be where it cuts off.
So if someone attempted to ride one of your bikes west on the current only entry road into the Sandbridge, the power would cut off and they would not be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And then in terms of basic education, you or maybe your dad, one of you when you were speaking, was talking about folks coming to our rental community at Sandbridge and from somewhere else. And so, of course, laws that they're used to, local traditions, where they're coming from may be different than what we have here. Can you describe for me the types of general instruction you might give a rental client to familiarize them with the local rules of the road?
I would give them the local rules of our town and Virginia Beach, that you must wear a helmet at all times. That is highly advised. I highly advise you to ride the beach road because it's safe, 25 miles an hour. You will not be allowed to leave Sandbridge with the bike. Otherwise, like I said, it will be turned off.
Are you allowed to ride two abreast?
Excuse me?
Are you allowed to ride two abreast next to another bicyclist?
No, sir.
And that is something, as we heard public testimony about that being particularly problematic with all of the traffic down in Sandbridge. Is that something that you might be able to commit to us that would be part of your education to these visitors who are renting bikes from you, that single file is the law?
Absolutely.
Very good. And then my last question is just the data point. Since you're the first business that we've had coming in that I'm aware of doing this kind of thing, and we have had concerns about lithium batteries and their fire risk, what is the number of batteries that you are associating with each bike that you will have in your fleet? Do you have one battery, two batteries per bike, 1.5? What's your number?
We have one battery per bike.
Okay, so there's no spares in your
There will be spares, but they will be off-site away.
Okay.
And keeping the batteries separately.
And where is charging done by your business? I assume you're renting out fully charged bikes?
Yeah, fully charged bikes. It will be either we will have generators set up and we'll be charging outside of our trailer, or we will be taking the batteries home and securing them at our houses and charging them at home.
All right, so this is the first I've heard of this. You're talking about running generators, which are noise-making machines on the property. Can you describe the hours you might be doing that kind of work?
To be charging our batteries, it would be within operating hours of 8 o'clock in the morning to 4 in the afternoon.
And
batteries take about 1 to 2 hours to charge, so it'd be about an hour a day.
1 hour a day running a generator to keep your fleet stocked for rental?
Yes, sir.
In terms of the placement of this trailer and the placement of that noise-making generator, how close would that be to either adjoining uses or to the street?
It is kind of pretty far away from the street.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that was a lot of questions, but just like some of the other first-time uses, I think it's important to build a record of what's being done here.
Absolutely. No, thank you for asking those questions.
Just a suggestion, should your application be approved all the way through city council, I suggest that those rules of the road or the local rules, that you have a little piece of paper that you hand out or a little pamphlet, something like that.
Absolutely. So with the liability waiver that we hand out with everybody, everybody will be getting the rules and laws in a whole sheet with them.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are we ready? Oh, for motion?
Thank you for coming down here. I appreciate you, and I thought it was very sweet. Your father's here to support you. I'm all about generational businesses and nepotism. And I will say that I myself am both a motorcyclist and an avid bicyclist. I'm familiar with this site, and riding through Back Bay Wildlife Refuge down to Falls Cape State Park is one of my favorite Virginia Beach rides. So I think you're going to have people wanting to do that. The City of Virginia Beach has initiatives to support entrepreneurs, small businesses, business startups, and that's you. We also have a growing initiative for ecotourism. And I see people coming to Virginia Beach, not just for the beach, but for the other outdoor activities that it brings. And I'm excited about what you're doing. I know change can be scary. I don't myself have an e-bike. I know they can be irritating, but when I think about it, that it's a car not on the road, and that at least somebody's getting some fresh air and less parking and all of the other advantages, many of which you've already highlighted, I support this wholeheartedly, and I move that your application be approved.
Thank you very much.
May I address the motion if there's a second to it? I wouldn't mind seconding it, but there is no condition on the number of bikes with regards, I think there's
25.
Is it 25? No. She just made clear to me the condition is not there, and so we need to add that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to make sure we added that. I also want to make sure that we limit to Class 1 and Class 2. That those be the only two classes of e-bikes that are used for this business. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I would second it if you would make those changes to your motion, Catherine. 25 bikes maximum, and Class 1 and 2. That's agreeable.
I don't see that as a concern. I'm happy to amend my motion to concur with the points that Commissioner Plumlee just mentioned, limiting it to Class 1 and Class 2 and 25 bikes.
So we're ready for the question?
I second it. With that, yeah.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 9-0, item 10, Colin Nannery, has been recommended for approval as modified.
And I just want to add for the council's benefit that they need more problems on their plate, but I will say this is a big issue, and it's not the responsibility of this business owner to solve it citywide. But we've had events on the north end of Virginia Beach very similar to what the Jeters are talking about, very, if not identical, if not more dramatic in many ways. So it's something that we need to handle citywide and come up with proper regulations to deal with. But I wish you luck in your business.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add for the benefit of the commission and for all those present, there will be a briefing at City Council on April 28th of this month in the afternoon session, providing the recommendations of the city's e-bike task force to City Council. And all those who may have interest in this topic may wish to tune in to that briefing and then interact with City Council after they receive that briefing so that they can hear the public's thoughts.
I've been receiving the eye over here a couple of times. How many more cases do we have left? More items? Two?
2 more items.
Are we good to keep going? Okay. All right, let's press on.
Our next item is item 11, Southside Barbell LLC.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, thank you for letting me come up here and speak. My name is Kevin Dickhut. I am currently acting as the CEO of Southside Barbell and one of the owners. So coming up here to speak to you on behalf of our application for the cup. So I have a few notes to kind of go over what our business is and then address a few of the issues that I heard this morning or concerns that I know you'd have questions about from this morning's informal dialogue. As I mentioned, my name is Kevin Dickhut. I'm currently the CEO and one of 4 of my other partners that own this business. I retired from the Marine Corps a little over a year ago, and my dream has always been to own a gym. Happened a little bit earlier than I had imagined, but that's where life took me, and I'm very happy about that. We've had a lot of difficulties in the beginning, which explains why I'm before you. As you mentioned, as somebody brought up earlier, we have been operating for almost 2 years now, and I'm going through the cut process still. And there were some difficulties that led to why I'm before you now. That explains that process and why we've been there. I think I was kind of told you may have been semi-briefed on that, but if you've not, I'd be more than happy to briefly go over those and to explain why I'm here now at this time frame after. But since we have opened almost 2 years ago, last 2 years ago, May, next month will be our 2-year anniversary, we built a very strong community-driven and community-supportive environment that allows people to come in there and make better changes for themselves. We host numerous amounts of community involvement events, charities, events, engage with local community. I believe in your supplementals, you probably have some signatures that we had gotten from almost all the surrounding businesses, as well as several members of the community, especially in our district and in our area there, that support the business and have been around and seen some of the stuff we do and have been involved in some of our events, or we've done events with them to give back to the community the best we can. So I come up here seeking approval of our cup just to allow us to continue to keep growing this environment that we have done, which is very supportive and family friendly on the inside. We are more of a, I guess the best way I could put it is a private strength training facility than we are actually like a commercial style gym or fitness center. So the environment there and some of the issues that we would not have with parking that I'll kind of talk about or kind of the reasons go over that, but we're not that generic giant gym. We have a lot of equipment that no other gym has in the entire area, trainers and just opportunities for people to do certain things. We have a lot of competitive athletes there because we host, I myself competed in powerlifting, if you have any idea what that is, and strongman for over 21 years during my time in the Marine Corps as well. When I retired from that, I retired from everything now, and I just kind of mosey along in there and help people and train people, whether it's kids to adults. But our environment is a little bit different, so we won't always have like the 600-700 different type of members. But since we have started, we have grown from roughly 20 members to about 240 to this day, and we have seen no decrease or no negative effect of that within either our building or our surrounding environment within there. We do also plan to cap our members at a certain point, probably around 275 to 300 to be honest, to allow us to keep that type of environment that we have where people can come in, do what they want to do to keep it nice and friendly, not be overwhelmed by a mass amount of people, for those of you who've seen that in the more commercial style large corporation gyms, because we are a small business, veteran owned and operated. So I'd like to go ahead and cover just a few of the items that involves the parking, because I know that is the big issue really with the business, is we are short on spaces per the parking manual. And I know the reality of it is we really don't have any parking issues. If you've seen the supplemental, I believe is given to GenCare, they're our neighboring partner in the same building as us, and I believe they provide senior Medicare to individuals. We have a great working relationship with them, not only the management and individuals they have there, but also in their regional managers. We have meetings, come down, see how each other are doing, and see what we can do to better, provide business in that area for the customers on both, the patrons of both businesses, whether it's ours or GenCare's. Since we have grown from that 20 to 240-ish members, we have had zero issues with the parking in the lot. If you would split the lot, because the lease really goes under kind of half and half for both of us, but we really worked that out with GenCare in an internal agreement so that we would give them a little bit more spaces because we are in not in need of those spaces. We are a 24/7 gym, but our peak hours are typically around 4 o'clock to about 8 p.m. at night. During the day, from the time when I usually get there, because I'm retired, I man it basically all day, every day for the daytime, as my other partners have full-time jobs, so I just get to hang out and do that. Between the hours when I get there, usually around 8 or 9 in the morning until about 4 p.m., I see maybe 15 to 20 members total throughout that entire time frame. I don't think you were able to get some of the supplemental data I tried to submit because they were videos. I did not know you guys could get videos, but it basically showed lots during the times that zoning had concerns about. And I understand that the zoning portion and what they explained to me and everything comes from the manual. And I understand that that's the manual and that's the regulations that they have to go off of based what the reality is of what we actually have on site from day to day and have had the whole time. We typically have 30% of our designated spaces that we have with GenCare, like an agreement, used at all, like during the day. The most cars I've ever actually seen in the parking lot of ours, even on the weekends when GenCare is not in operation, is like 19 cars total, which is still far less than what we have split between the parking arrangements. So parking has not really been an issue for us. I do want to explain, because I was told it'd probably be a good idea to let you guys know why we decided to do our own parking survey, vice pay for a professional parking survey. And to be honest, it's a financial aspect of it. I won't lie. I was given several examples of one, so I tried to do the best I can to mimic something along those lines and covers the same data points that they do, whether it be the bus that comes up and down, walking past. We do have handfuls of members that live in the residing condos and apartments that are within a 1 or 2 mile radius of us, and they walk and they bike over. So using all that type of data to, to show on why we don't use as many of our spots in our lot is not as much of a concern outside of the parking regulation manual. So we did that just because, again, like I said, as a financial aspect, the risk versus reward didn't sound very good for us at the time frame to shell out the amount of money for that, for potentially just coming up with the same amount of data that I was able to do with a little bit more on the aspects of probably like the surrounding cities data when it came to like numbers and population wise. I just did a 2-week study of taking pictures and counting how many spots are open every hour on the hour for 2 weeks straight, just to kind of give that data because it was suggested to do so. So that's where I came up with a lot of those numbers. But I think that kind of covers for some of the stuff I wanted to at least address, and just seeking your approval on that. And I know that if all else fails and it was needed and it sounded better for the commission on our end to defer this and do an official parking study to ease the minds, then I'm more than willing to do so if that is what is needed to keep my business going and thriving. However, if there's any questions that I could help answer to ease your mind for approval, I am here for that. Thank you.
Commissioner Camp.
Thank you for coming forward. And it sounds like you've built a terrific business. I have no doubt that your clients are excited about the type of unique services you offer. It's clear from the petition, the adjoining businesses. Understand that we are limited, and you've been in the audience all afternoon. There are certain things before us, and there are certain tools we have to work on those things. If we could freelance and do stuff in our own way, there'd be a lot more creativity, but also a lot more chaos. Yes, and so we got to drive in our lane. You mentioned the risk reward of engaging a professional to do the type of thing that I have to say you did a pretty good job of on your own. Part of that risk reward, as we understood this morning at the informal, is that if this doesn't go forward the way you like, that your business can't operate. And I'm sure you have lease obligations and other types of expenses inherent in a business that don't go away whether your doors are open or not. And my question to you is, are you clear on what could happen if you go forward here and it doesn't turn out the way you want? Do you understand?
Yes, I clearly understand, sir, that the implications of that. I know that if we're not allowed to operate or then go through, it's not going to go well for anybody on our end, obviously, for lease obligations and financials.
I say that because I think everybody who was at the site visit really liked what you were doing, and nobody wants to see that happen. And you have to guide your own business. You're the CEO. But but there are some rides we really don't want to go along with. And I just want to impress upon you that you do have choices here on how to go forward. I heard the zoning administrator speak to this with a great deal of latitude and accommodation, and I would just suggest to you that you make your choices wisely for the long term of your business, more so than the short term of getting to a number.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Plumlee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the owner of the structure BAPA Properties?
I believe that's what it is now. Before it was his name, David White LLC. I believe they changed it a month or so ago.
But it's the same owner for the full structure, including
yes, sir.
All of the businesses there. Is that fair?
Yes, it's just us and GenCare. He owns that whole building.
Okay, he owns that entire
yes, sir.
area, and he is named as, or his company is now named as part of this application. When I went back there, there was flooding over part of the parking area. Is that common to occur back there?
That one area, it floods. It doesn't cover any of the parking spots, but it does cover that back area behind. Two of the parking spots are in a very far corner.
So it doesn't affect the amount of parking?
No, sir. It just affects that ancillary equipment area that we have. We would not be able to use that small area if, during the weekends or whatever, if there were no cars.
And what was what is the equipment outside?
Equipment outside is a deadlift apparatus to deadlift a car.
Okay.
We host strongman and powerlifting competitions. There's some large tires out there and chains that are used for cardio conditioning. The athletes, individuals training for competitions would use on the weekends when we have the entire lot to ourselves.
So you do have events there as well, is that fair?
Yes, we try and run a couple events a year. Powerlifting Strongman, I run a cancer charity event because my mom passed cancer, so I try to raise money for that every year, working with local and USA-wide organizations, and we run charity events for like animal rescue shelters and foster kids.
One second. Do we have other speakers here on this application?
There are no speakers.
There are no speakers?
No.
Okay. I understand because of the parking. The parking study is important. Our zoning administrator has some latitude and some discretion. But I think, like all of us, we want to make sure all of our I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And while you might be a very imaginative person with a lot of skill sets, sometimes having that stamped engineered study is of benefit to our folks here working at the city to make sure that, they can go back on any audit and say, hey, look at this study that was done by a qualified individual. So I'm going to ask you to consider maybe a 60-day deferral to get your act in order with regards to a parking study, or consider some serious limitations on the hours of your operation. If this is an operation only after 5 o'clock in the evening, after the facility is closed and you have access to all the parking, maybe that's a different issue, but that's not the application in front of us. So I think there's some things that you need to consider. I don't want to, we have a limit on the time we have to review. Otherwise, it kind of goes up without our stamp of approval or disapproval. It's just kind of approved sort of thing to City Council. Would you take it upon yourself to request a 60-day deferral to get yourself a proper study to present to our zoning administrator?
If that is probably what is needed and highly suggested, I would, sir. I would probably ask if I could have a 90-day. So it gave me the first 30 to vet several different companies. I was only able to talk to a couple, and both of them came in quite a bit, and I didn't get much from them as far as like coming out and looking and giving me any suggestions. They just said, here's a quote, so it would give me a little more time. But if 60 is what you would suggest or allow, then I would take whatever was needed and I'll figure it out.
So it'll kind of depend. If you're going to request a deferral, I would recommend doing an indefinite deferral. That way it gives you time to get the information that you need. Once you have that, we've evaluated, we'll put you on the next agenda.
Are you making that request?
Sounds like I should be making that request, so I will go ahead and make that request, yes.
Thank you very much.
If you want to do 90, that is okay. I just want to give you the flexibility to
I would, if I could do indefinite, I would do indefinite, but I want to get it done sooner or later. I'm already not happy that it's taken this long on my end, of course. I don't like things lingering, and I wanted to get it done. So I
think you've made the right request.
So I would request an indefinite deferral, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry.
I've moved to grant the request for an indefinite deferral of this application.
Second. Oh.
May I ask something real quick? I'm sorry. Does that, at that end of the, once I get the parking study and everything done, I would just resubmit and we would start, I would be back here to do this process again?
Right, so your application is essentially on hold. Once you get that parking study, if you submit it to Kristen, she will then forward it to our zoning administrator for review. And once we've gone through, if there's any comments, we'll work with you. But once that's approved, we'll put you on the next planning commission agenda.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, sir.
Ask staff a question. How does a deferral play into the zoning violation? Is there any statute of limitations on that?
As long as the applicant is working towards a resolution, we typically do try and work with them to give them time. It sounds like he's hoping to have something within the next 60 to 90 days. And I think that we can halt or continue to have a pause on enforcement while he is working through that. However, that enforcement will not be indefinitely deferred. So after the 90 days, I believe that we will be in touch with the applicant if we have not received anything.
Thank you.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Plumlee and seconded by Commissioner Camp. Are we ready for the question?
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 9-0, item 11, Southside Barbell LLC has been recommended for indefinite deferral.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Our next item is item 13, Pembroke Square Associates LLC.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm actually only couldn't work out two little items in my own application for modification. And it's, there's two of them. The first one is the consideration of the verbiage of one of my conditions where it says if the eastern ground floor facade faces any private and or public sidewalks or streets, it should comply to the form-based requirements. And this is obviously down the road. That's if Kohl's gets demolished. The only part of this I'm asking you to consider removing is private and or and leave it at public because it doesn't really consider two things. One is a partial demolition of the Kohl's building, wherein that facade of the new building that we're proposing to build would not face a public street or public sidewalk, but it would face potentially, if I partially demolish the building, it would face a private, which it would be potentially another. It would be another property owner burdening one or the other in some future period of time. So I'm just asking to remove private and or public. I don't mind protecting the public from transparency issues that may change or may not change. I don't know. But I'm willing to live with the public streets and sidewalks. The second one was, I believe I didn't finally get the last read on that, but there's a condition that they want all of my sidewalks, my new sidewalks, to be 6 feet or more, at least 6 feet. 5 feet, they say, is for ADA purposes. One of my sidewalks that we wanted to do was actually, we have a flag lot that's about to be produced, and it goes out to Constitution Avenue. If I put a sidewalk from the sidewalk at the light, the traffic signal, all the way back to the property, it doesn't have, I don't have 6 feet actually to put it in there. Number two, 6 feet would probably eliminate a lot of trees that when we developed the Kohl's building, they actually wanted those trees in there so that nobody looked at the loading dock and trash area for Kohl's. So I don't want to take those trees down. So I was asking them to limit it to 5 or 3 feet. All of the sidewalks along Constitution are private, or public, excuse me, and they're 3 feet wide. Those are the only two considerations I'd like your consideration on. 2 changes.
Chair, if I could make one point of clarification. As it's currently written, we did not increase the sidewalk width to 6 feet. So as it's in your packet, it is a max of 5 feet in width.
Okay. I'd like to get it at 3, but if I can't get it at 3, 5 will work. I'll figure it out.
Commissioner Camp.
Mr. Ramsey, thank you for your patience in waiting for your turn in the agenda today.
No problem.
There's a little bit of a misunderstanding about this item related to condition 5 with the sidewalk. I asked a question at the site tour, and since I asked it, let me just say it straight to you, because like telephone, it may have migrated a little bit. All that I asked was the minimum width required in the application now is 5 foot. That's consistent with the Public Works Design Standards Manual. That manual is being revised to meet more contemporary standards. This particular overall development includes a senior living facility. It includes a lot of different uses. And the question at the site visit was, for some of the higher utilization sidewalks, not all of the sidewalks, would there be an interest by the developer in potentially exceeding the 5 foot? In other words, to take note of some of the types of traffic in some parts of the development and not just do the minimum. That was the nature of the question. It wasn't to increase requirements on you.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, we do that now, actually. We do that in front of the retail. The sidewalks in front of the Funny Bone, for example, are more like 20 feet.
Right.
I mean, there's areas that we obviously accommodate more pedestrian traffic than less. I would not say that, like the sidewalk I was referring to, that we're willing to put in out to Constitution to connect that right-of-way sidewalk. I don't expect a lot of people using that coming from, I mean, maybe they'll use it to go to.
Well, there's a fence across the street over there, so I don't
Right,
expect
there's a
you to
couple of
hop the
restaurants
fence to
and-
come
yeah,
use your
sure.
sidewalk. Yeah, but that was the nature of the request. Just as a general conversational point, are you amenable to looking over your site plan as it develops and looking for those high traffic areas or the areas that may be frequented by seniors? And that is where we do have the passing width issue, where 6 feet is the modern standard for 2 people in mobility devices or one and somebody else to pass each other. Is that something that you would take into consideration?
Yeah, so we actually thought about that during the senior living. We didn't have a really good path at that point in time. Just for your information, I haven't forgotten about that.
Right.
We obviously, the seniors walk over to Fresh Market, so I've seen them there at lunchtime. But there's still some pedestrian paths that I'd like to implement. Sometimes, so in that case, I think I have to wait till my phase 5.
Sure.
Phase 4 is to the city at this point in time. That's not going to solve that one, but my phase 5 would potentially solve some of the pedestrian interactions. We obviously want it to be pedestrian friendly.
Right, and that's the idea, because we don't have the benefit of public sidewalks, because you're set back so far from the street, it's really private walkways that you're creating. And you've heard us that every month we're talking about this, to do exactly what you said, to make the city a little more walkable, a little more easy to navigate for those who have mobility devices. And that's the spirit of the question.
Okay.
Thanks.
Commissioner Schoonover?
just wanted to move to approve it, that's all.
Can we just do one clarification?
Yeah.
In regard to your request for the removal of the word private, can I just? Thank you. I thought I hit it, having trouble today. I just wanted to reread to you your request about removing of the word private to make sure that we understand and that we vote accordingly. And so just for clarification, this is condition number 8. In the event the existing Kohl's Anchor building is demolished, the ground floor facade facing any public sidewalks or streets shall comply with the form-based requirements of the CBC district.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for reasons indicated in a letter to the city attorney, I will abstain from any comment or vote on this matter.
Same here.
Sorry.
And I'm sorry, if I can just, make another point of clarification. With regards to condition 8, there was different wording that was sent out in the supplemental package that included the language that it would be within 3 years of the Kohl's being demolished. So putting
Yeah,
it.
that's at the very end, by the way. There's no change other than.
I just want to be clear when we're making the motion, how the condition will read.
Mr. Chair, I have one question of staff at the appropriate time.
Well, while they're trying to get that together down there, go ahead and ask your question.
I have one question for staff at the appropriate time, and I'm now told it's the appropriate time. With regard to the proposed change, deleting the word private, if someone from staff could give us any comment or opinion you have on that. The staff report anticipates both public and private. Could you just speak to the proposed modification?
The staff was, or the condition was originally worded in that way to allow, our intention is for this to be developed in the same way that Town Center is, with the sides that are facing public streets to meet the form-based code. And so it's worded in that way because we're not 100% sure which streets will be public versus private, but we want the facade to meet the form-based code requirements, regardless of if there's a street that it ends up being public or private. That is staff's preference.
And you, if I may, you used the word street. Did you mean sidewalk?
If the Kohl's is torn down, right, then it would be I believe a street or a sidewalk.
Okay, because at the site visit, I asked the question, would there be any interior streets on this development? And I was told no. So I don't understand the reference to the streets on the inside.
Yes, oh, I'm so sorry. Yep.
Hello, Lane Harrington, planner with the Zoning Administration. So the form-based code references form-based requirements, and mainly for this instance, we're talking about transparency and blank wall. And those requirements reference any facade adjacent to a street. And in our definition of a street, that includes public and private streets. So the intent, really the requirements would be applied in any scenario of public or private, but the condition was written to be specific so that it was clear if the property that Kohl's is on is redeveloped, then it would still need to meet the requirements that are in place at the time, or that are in place currently.
But there are no private streets, and it sounds like there's no intent to create private streets, so taking out a requirement related to private streets sounds harmless. Is that correct?
We're not aware of any streets going in between that edge of the building and what would be on the Kohl's property in the future, but in the instance that there would be, if there was a street or another mixed-use building put next to it, we're not aware of any part of phasing for that property. But if there was, we would want, or the code intends for those standards to be applied, whether or not it's public or private.
And the condition also speaks to streets and or sidewalks, is how the condition is written.
wants to read that.
Okay.
Yeah, so, they explained that to me. I understand their perspective. I think comes down to what is going to be the burden in the future for unknown circumstances. And then it will be two different private parties that are negotiating. The reason we have non-transparency on the first floor, quite frankly, is because we're going to build a separation wall for fire code purposes, right? So if the Kohl's building were torn down completely, obviously that would trigger this. But if I didn't, it potentially could affect you. What you're saying is I have to put green area there, potentially, right? Or if I even put a sidewalk in, this would trigger it. For what purpose, I'm not exactly sure, if it doesn't face a public right-of-way street or public sidewalk. So I'm just asking for relief from private interactions between a future owner and another owner, because they're going to be two different owners.
Okay, I want to make sure I understood your explanation. You said that this was the code, correct? The language that is in the supplement that says private and or public is code.
That's not the way it's written in the code word for word, but we'll talk about transparency. The transparency requirement refers to a building facade adjacent to a street, and the definition of street includes public and or private streets. And so the western facade of this building faces the open green space area and the Funny Bone Comedy Club. That whole area is considered a private street because it's not maintained by the city, it's not owned by the city, but it allows for cars to pass through and there are sidewalks for people to travel on.
Okay, so in the ordinances, the definition of street is public or private.
Yes.
Therefore, this is not something that we can change. That's what I'm understanding. Madam Attorney?
So if it says...
Well, I'm asking the attorney, okay?
I mean, you can word the condition however you would like to word the condition.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, that is what you're asking. You're asking if you can change the wording of the condition or if you have to use the wording as currently suggested by staff. And the commission can choose to word the condition however they would like.
Because then if I...
Okay, but my question is, in the ordinance, the definition of street is public or private. So they took and said, instead of just street, they took the definition of a street and inserted it. So is that the same as the code, right? Or the ordinance?
Yes, so it would have the same effect in enforcement in the future, but you can choose how you would like the condition worded on the permit.
But if we take one of those and ors out, are we still the same definition?
I don't care about.
Yeah, well, if it said specifically public street, then that would take out private. If you said street, then it would revert back to the definition of street, which would be private or public.
Okay, that's what I was asking. So whether it's worded street or whether it's worded public and or private, that's what the ordinance says.
Correct.
So we can, if we take it out, we are taking out part of the ordinance. If we take out private, we are taking out part of the ordinance. Am I correct?
If you take out private, it would not mirror what's currently in the ordinance, but it would not, they would still not be required to retroactively change the facade of their building in the event that it was facing a private street. Because this is a future condition.
By changing the condition, you're not changing the code. The code will still read the same way.
So does that hold him liable to or whoever the owner is at that time, if we take out private out of this wording, out of this condition, then it comes forward that the building is removed and it is facing a private street. Is whoever the owner is will be at that time still liable?
No, as long as it says public street in the ordinance. So if the only words that are being removed are private and or, so it just says that in the event it's facing a public street, then it would only be in the event that it's facing a public street. If you were to remove private and or public, and it just were to say facing a street generally, then it would revert back to the definition of street, which would be public and private. But if you have that qualifier of public street in the condition, it would not require any changes to the facade in the event that the building is demolished and it were to be facing a private street.
Okay, one more thing. So I think we may have come up with a compromise, and I don't know where you guys are with what you're thinking.
Come on with it.
Leave it private and or public, take out the word sidewalk, because that's not, I don't think that's part of the ordinance. So if you took out the sidewalk, if I put in a private street, okay, then transparency probably means something, right? So it's going to burden one of the two owners at some point in time in the future. I don't know what it's going to be. But if I decide to put a street in there, that would be the condition that I could accept where it would trigger this compliance. But I want the flexibility, so if I put green area and a sidewalk in, I don't have, it's all I did was separate the buildings so I could do something more creative, and then I don't necessarily have to, I could put a mural up there. I mean, there's a ton of other things that I can probably do besides start opening it up for, windows or something like that, which with windows into the parking area is another whole discussion, but, which doesn't quite make sense. But if you it's either private and or remove sidewalks. And I think we're fine with that.
Yes, just removing the word sidewalks, we agree to that. Staff agrees to that.
Okay. So just sidewalks. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion if I can. I move that we approve this project with the removal of the word sidewalks. In condition 8.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Schoonover and seconded by Commissioner Hippen that we pass this item.
The vote is open. By a recorded vote of 7-0 with 2 abstentions from Vice Chair Byler and Commissioner Plumley, item 13, Pembroke Square Associates LLC has been recommended for approval as modified.
I have one final motion for us to consider, since we've added it to our agenda as the last item, and that is I make a motion that the chair is authorized on behalf of the Planning Commission in full to write a letter to the City Council on the subject of the proliferation of data centers in Virginia and the important secondary impacts that they have to land uses, and that the recommendation of council is the presentation of our zoning administrator be given to council, and that it consider these secondary impacts and what recommendations council would like to make for consideration to changes to our code.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Plumley and seconded by Commissioner Hippen.
The vote is open.
I had a question, sir. I guess we're voting.
You want to ask a question now?
We'll let them read the vote. We're already into that.
Okay.
By a recorded vote of 9-0, the formal motion to request that staff work with Planning Commission Chair to draft a formal letter to City Council regarding the regulation of data centers in Virginia has been recommended for approval.
So my question was, is it the intent of the mover and the chair to include with this a couple of the reference materials that we discussed today, like the JLARC study? I don't believe I heard that.
Yes, if you would provide the materials, if anyone on the Planning Commission has materials they'd like to present to the chair to include with that letter, that is part of the motion.
Thank you, because the presentation today evolved into a lot more meatier topics that I think would benefit council beyond just the bare slides.
Understood.
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Meeting adjourned.